Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2021 FIDE World Cup. We are in the midst of the finals. Today is the long-awaited Game 2 of the finals between Sergey Karjakin and Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Yesterday's game ended in a draw, so today is the all-deciding game in that matchup. And, of course, the world champion Magnus Carlsen still playing for third place. We'll jump right into the action. But first, I'm Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. And yet again, it is a pleasure to be bringing you the commentary this morning with former women's world champion, legend, Grandmaster He Yifan. Yifan, thanks again for joining. How are you feeling? Are you excited about this decisive game? This is what it all comes down to.
Hi, Daniel. Hi, everyone. Definitely is glad for me to join you again. We probably will have the commentary for the World Cup at the last day of this year. We never know, or maybe we'll see some tie breaks tomorrow, but definitely I'm very looking forward to the forthcoming games because, as we say, it must be very decisive. And I guess players, especially at Duda, he's for fighting spirit, and probably he'll bring us some interesting games. So in general, I'm very, looking forward to the game to be started. That will be in 6 minutes.
Absolutely. And you mentioned the word fighting. Jan-Krzysztof Duda has had an absolutely legendary run. He has not lost a single game. And yesterday, he was very well prepared for Karjakin. He met him at every turn. It was a pretty quick draw. So the players have gotten a lot of rest. And I get the sense that Duda is really going to make a push with the white piece. I really don't see Jan-Krzysztof making a quick draw and getting this into the tie breaks. Of course, if the position ends up being equal, that's what might happen. But I'm really excited to see what the opening might look like. So it's going to be absolutely fascinating. And they've come all of this way, Karjakin and Duda have. And of course, Yifan, Magnus Carlsen played a masterpiece yesterday, so we're certainly not going to overlook his game today.
Yeah, definitely. Yesterday, during our commentary, we already realized his idea later on when he sacked the piece on F4 and playing a completely positional game. We were trying to find some dynamics, but actually, he just saw something very solid but strong, trying to squeeze the opponent. That's definitely a great piece of work, despite he's not playing for the final. But I guess such a game would definitely, brings him a lot of, enjoyment for this tournament, because we all know that Magnus actually cares a lot about his game's quality as well.
Absolutely. He was playing with a chip on his shoulder yesterday, and he has the white pieces. So I don't see him giving Vladimir Fedoseev a quick draw. At this point, Magnus doesn't really care what place he gets. He's not getting first, so he might as well play for rating and play for the fans. And that's what makes that game so exciting. But Vladimir, I mean, he's won some games with black. He's a very uncompromising player. So we have two mouth-watering matchups for you today. But before we jump into them, we're going to go on our traditional couple of minutes of break. And when we return from that break, the games from the finals, game 2, will start. So don't go anywhere. Seatbelts, as usual, are fastened and mandatory. And when we return, World Cup finals are on deck. welcome back to the FIDE World Cup. And we are watching the players await the gong and the start of the rounds. And Yifan, I'm really interested in the opening between Duda and Karjakin. I have a feeling that a lot's going to be decided in the first 10, 15 moves. I just have that feeling, you know?
Yeah, totally agree. Unless Duda choose something very, let's say, very wild, very open, but that's not his style. I mean, he tried to get some real games in the middle game, so we won't know what's going to happen. But Duda is an E4 player or D4 player.
I think mostly lately he's been playing D4, but you know, he's capable of also playing E4. And he has gone D4. Let's switch to that game.
Yeah. You're right. So we'll see whether he tried to get some theory or maybe try to get some setup the structure.
Well, we have a Nimzo, like the start of a Nimzo or a Rogozin. This could be anything. This could be a Catalan. This could be a Rogozin. This could be a Nimzo Indian. And it appears to be I'm trying to discern what he played. Is it knight F3? Let's see. We're about to find out. I'm looking at the camera, but it's always hard to tell.
I think it's knight C3, D5, C, D5. I'm not sure.
But so looks like, and we have the update here.
Okay, this one.
Okay, so this line, and we've seen it before.
Yeah, he had a game with whom? Fedoseev,
yeah.
right? Fedoseev, I think.
Fedoseev?
Some
wait, Karjakin Fedoseev.
Yeah. Some bishop G5, bishop D7. You remember this queen B6 move that we got the same position in one of the women's section.
That's right, and they were looking at each other's game and laughing. That's absolutely right. Yep. And that was a pretty uneventful draw. So Vladimir was not able to create anything. And this has been an incredibly popular line Yifan recently. And I think that the game I remember is Tari against Carlsen. And people lately have been not playing the move that used to be considered, I think, the best, which is E4. And I think the reason why is that after DE4, you get this endgame. And I think traditionally, this endgame has been considered better for white. But with the advent of engines, I feel like black is just, players have found out how to equalize here. So there's been a shift to playing it more in the style of trying to play against black's isolated queen pawn rather than trading it. So bishop G5, E3, castles, and rook D1. Yeah,
that's a good point. Actually, from my impressions, I also felt that the moves like E4 and knight G5 is the mainstream, but apparently now this line is a hope for white to try to get some real positions. Rook D1, is it an updated move compared to the previous game of Sergey?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to remember. Perhaps somebody could let us know. I don't remember what exactly happened there. I feel like maybe a bishop was developed, but in any case, Karjakin has started to think. So something tells me that indeed rook D1 is maybe not a new move, but at least a move that wasn't played in the Fedoseev Karjakin game. And it's always interesting, Yifan, I think, to face an opening that you faced with the other color. I never liked facing my own openings. And I think traditionally it's hard to face the openings that you play with one side with the other side.
Yeah, correct. But Sergey both times has the black pieces. So he's having the same.
That's right. I'm completely confused. I'm sorry. That's right. Vladimir Fedoseev is white. It's just that I'm not used to Fedoseev playing something so calm. I'm used to him playing H4 and move 3. So I keep thinking there's no way Fedoseev could be playing this position. Yeah, that's absolutely right. Karjakin, of course, was black. And,
but to point out something very important, that sometimes when you see that your opponent played your line, I mean, not exactly your line, but they know that you're specialized at and you studied well, and suddenly you sit on the opposite side, and you could be a bit uncomfortable, especially when your opponent tries a move that you studied hard, you checked a lot, but no one has been played before, but you know that. I guess that gives you some very weird during the board.
Yeah, that's why I've always stayed away from playing like the King's Indian with the white pieces. Now, the nifty opening Explorer tool is revealing that there are games in this position. And I just want to mention briefly that how do we understand the structure? Well, black has an IQP, which stands for isolated queen pawn. And when you're evaluating an IQP position, there are two very important things to keep in mind. The first is who has control of the square in front of the isolated queen pawn. If white in this case has full control over d4, that means this pawn on d5 is relatively immobile, and then it becomes more of a weakness. But the second thing is that who's got the initiative, who's got the more active pieces. Even if the IQP is weak, you could compensate for it, as we saw in Fedoseev Karjakin, by going knight c6, queen b6, playing very, very actively and attacking white's queen side because white is not castled yet. So Karjakin believes in this line, and knight c6, Yifan, I think, is the most natural move. What is he worried about?
Queen d2, I guess. Wait, but then maybe there's some knight e4.
Bishop e6 was played 3 times here. I think a move has been played. So let's await the development here. We're about to see.
Cracking. Okay, he played the knight c6.
Yeah. Knight c6 was played, and now a pretty big decision for JKD as to where to position the queen.
How about queen f4? I mean, this is clearly a very doubtful square, but not sure if that could give white some additional opportunities.
Queen f4.
Okay,
Yeah, queen f4 I think is interesting, and we're just going to wait for the board to update. Queen a4 has been played. Queen a4 has been played. Okay. I mean, that makes some sense. The queen is sort of supervising the queen side. I see 6 games in this position, and all of them continued bishop e6. I mean, you have to try to defend this pawn. And after bishop e6, 3 people played bishop e2, 2 people played bishop b5, and 1 person played a3. So the position becomes a little bit more peaceful, I think, here as white tries to develop his king side. Okay.
Yeah, so remember the previous game, white set up his queen on d3, bishop on e2. So that is actually a little bit like squeezed from white side, right? So it's hard to maneuver. But now if queen can be on a4 and the bishop, let's say, if could successfully put on d3 or maybe b5, short castle, then the c3 knight to maneuver to d4, that would be one of the dream positions that white could hope for.
Right. That knight blockade on d4 is amazing. And I keep mentioning how many games there were in a position. Remember that all of that is free, and you can do it too if you go to the chess.com/events page. It gives you all of the information about a tournament. You can see on the right all of the games. You can click on any of the game, past or present or future, and review it. You see the results. You, of course, can navigate over to the openings tab. And for any given position, it shows you the number of games that have occurred in that position and the breakdown of moves by percentage of wins. So we've got all these nifty features at your fingertips. And of course, all of this is entirely free. Chess.com/events. If you don't want to hear our voices, I don't know why anybody wouldn't. But let's say you have a hypothetical friend, but who still wants to follow the games. This is the place to do it. All right. So I have some interesting news for you. Fedoseev and Carlsen have only played, okay, now they're starting to move, but something happened in their game.
E4, C6, right?
And Magnus thought for a long time. I don't think he prepared for this game because Vladimir is a Karjakin player. I mean, at least Karjakin is among his main weapons.
But maybe that's not what he played in the last, let's say, 2 or 3 years, because it's like this. First, like Magnus played e4, and then Vladimir thought for a couple of minutes, like 2 or 3, maybe 2 minutes, according to the clock now, and decided for the move c6, and suddenly Magnus starts to think again. So, maybe Magnus came to the board without any opening preparation. That's one thing.
Yeah, maybe he said, he told his second, I'm gonna give you a break day. I want a nice dinner. Then I want to watch a movie. I don't want to prepare for tomorrow. I'm just gonna come with a clean slate. That's possible. You never know. Maybe he's just fed up and tired of preparing. And sometimes, sometimes that gives you inspiration.
Definitely. because I remember one of the games that happened in the Women's Grand Prix back to many years ago. So in the morning, I'm supposed to prepare, but suddenly there was a kind of a music activity organized in the hotel, and I just happened to see that after my breakfast. So I decided to join for that one. That takes me like 3 or 4 hours. I literally missed my lunch, and then I ran for the games. It turned out to give me some inspiration. So I actually had a kind of easy win in the afternoon because my opponent just mixed up the move order. When I, tried another line, which I thought, okay, I didn't prepare anything, so I just go for it, and a surprise. So we never know.
Yeah, sometimes when you least expect it, success strikes. So.
By the way,
Wow.
here we saw that Magnus chose a line c4 on the move 4. I don't know this Karjakin e5 very well, but to me, this c4 is not one of the major lines. I mean, at least not the top two. What I knew is like knight f3 or h4. I mean, there's h4, h5, and then c4. So how about the move c4 without h4?
Yeah, I've actually played c4 without h4.
Ah, okay.
And
so it's one of the main lines. Okay.
Yeah, so I guess, so what you were saying, Yifan, and sorry, you just cut off for 1 second there, but h4, I think Black normally plays h6. And just to illustrate the idea of h4, if you go e6, as you normally do in the Karjakin, this is a big no-no because after g4, the bishop is trapped. Boom, 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 boom. And you can wave goodbye to your bishop. So h4 is a typical move in the advanced Karo. And after h6, c4, I've also played like this. But c4 is an old move. I think Tal played it. I think some of the old guys in the 60s used to play this move. So e6, knight c3, and Vladimir responding with bishop b4. I know very little about this. cd5. I played it maybe once or twice, but I don't remember any of the theory. And apparently,
okay, question for Black: which piece to take back? So literally 2 options. Well,
even 3.
maybe 2 options.
2.5.
Yes, but I was thinking like e takes d5 is without consideration somehow, because I felt like the pawn structure with white having the e5 center pawn would favor white, but maybe I'm wrong.
Believe it or not, all 4 games to reach this position proceeded with e takes d5.
Okay, then that definitely shows I'm wrong.
No, but I was under the same impression. So first of all, I think queen d5 can essentially be ruled out. For example, because after a3, you got a very nasty situation where Black has to take the knight, helping White create this pawn chain, and you don't want to get rid of your dark square bishop. Your dark squares could become really weak. a4, bishop a3 is an idea. Oops, no, not bishop a4. Bishop a3 is an idea here. So, and if you play bishop a5, then you drop a piece after b4 because now the queen is hanging. But if c takes d5, I guess there's some reason that people don't play this move. And it's not queen a4. That doesn't win a piece because of knight c6.
Maybe some bishop b5 check, then knight e2.
And contend for a small advantage here, knight g7.
Yeah, I was thinking knight g3, h4 in the future, but maybe that's not something very dangerous.
Yeah, I gotta say, I don't dislike Black's position. I mean, this is a typical structure that occurs in many of these positions. Could I try to put the pressure with something like queen a4? Seems very artificial, but it does create the threat, of course, of queen b4. And maybe it's not so easy to address.
Yeah, I was thinking like just a bishop c3, knight e7. But then you got this a3 to f8 diagonal, so maybe you could even start with bishop a3 after knight g7. Yeah,
this looks nice for White. Maybe not totally overwhelming. Black has some ideas like castles and f6.
Castle, yeah.
Right. And even though it looks really cool for White to have these bishops, White's pieces are sort of clustered on the queen side, and Black can try to exploit that by opening up the king side with f6, kind of French style.
Yeah, or even knight a5 in the future. Trying to play with this c3 weakened pawn.
Right, the c4 square, the c3 pawn, and Black can play a6 at some point to chase away White's bishop. So, okay, so that's definitely one option to consider. Other than bishop e5 check, or I guess you could play queen a4 first if you want to play that sequence. I don't really see anything else. I don't know why everybody played ed. That's kind of weird. This seems more natural to me. And Vladimir's thinking.
Yeah, I was thinking something like queen b3, bishop b5 after cd5.
So queen b3, knight c6. Bishop b5.
Yeah, then bishop b5. But maybe you have even queen a5 here.
Right. Yeah, I think that's an important resource. And
yeah, also seems fine for black. You just go knight g7 short castle.
Yeah, knight g7, short castle, and everything seems in perfect order. I mean, queen takes b5 is also a threat. So that's all of a sudden black is the one with that threat, whereas white was threatening that with the queen on a4. It's kind of a symmetry in this position. I like this for black.
Yeah, therefore, maybe our direction of trying to attack this b4 bishop immediately probably wouldn't bring anything special. So any other possibilities?
Yes, I mean, I could play
d2. My idea is d2.
d2.
Yeah, the idea is after knight c6 to try knight b5, but you could start with knight e7.
Knight e7 instead of knight c6.
Yeah, but after
and
knight
quickly castle.
Yes, but after knight e7, I was thinking something like g4, h4. I'm not sure. I mean, not in this move order, but something on the king side.
Yeah, maybe black will go here, and at some point maybe knight b5. So that's
yeah.
I like this idea, bishop e2, knight b5.
Yeah. Okay. I was thinking bishop e2 here, but that's a bit shaky.
Oh, bishop. So you were saying bishop e2 at the start, or bishop d2?
No, after h5. After h5.
Got it. So knight e7, g4, bishop g6, h4, h5, and now bishop e2. Hg takes, and then try to get this pawn through. Yeah, no, that's how these positions are played. I mean, white has to be very creative here. Another idea that I thought about but after bishop d2, one thing that concerns me a little bit, maybe black can play knight c6, and if knight b5, maybe somehow drop the bishop. But now I guess you can claim that the knight doesn't have a good space to develop to. So white has, I guess, gained something here.
Yeah, but another thing is white need to defend the d4 pawn first, and maybe you also get a6, knight c3, knight b4, like double threats.
It's black's turn to come to b4.
Yeah, so it also has this backwards after bishop e7.
Right. Yeah, everything's rolling back here.
Queen takes d5 by
Incredible, he took with the queen.
Yes.
He did take with the queen. Wow, I think Magnus is going to be very surprised at that. I mean, that is, I expected that to be the least likely recapture. If I had to rank the 3 recap, which is of course why he played it.
Yeah, for me, I thought ED5 somehow was the one that is least possible, but of course, I thought CD5 is the most natural.
Right. Yeah. We were both in agreement about CD5. Okay, so here's what I don't understand. First of all, A3 is not necessarily forced, but sorry, go ahead.
We talked about A3, but if we do not push A3 immediately, black may retreat the queen and retreat the bishop. Okay, but yeah, maybe he will go like queen D8, then bishop A5, bishop B6, knight E7, castle. You know, if you do not play A3 or any other moves trying to capture this bishop.
Yeah, I mean, you do get positions like this in this line. It's not that black is necessarily that much better when he has control of D5, but it's also not something white wants to allow for free. So I don't see a compelling case against A3 other than that the eval bar doesn't love it. That is a pretty compelling case, but maybe black can push through C5.
Well, C5, I'm not sure because you opened up this diagonal, A4 to E8. So maybe just the knight F3.
Okay. I will go knight c6. And I feel like concretely, if you go c4, there's always this check on e4. This is the kind of Fedoseev style position, pushing the envelope here.
Yeah,
Okay.
so it also looks possible because here, if we go bishop e2, and then probably you can just take on d4 and start to develop the g8 knight.
So immediately bishop e2.
No, I'm talking about after knight f3, knight c6. Even we can try bishop e2 here. Okay, so I didn't think about that.
Because it's at a trap, but I think that black has a lot of good moves there.
Yeah.
Yeah, bishop e2 here, and now c4 becomes something to contend with. But yeah, maybe knight g7. Oh, yeah, maybe knight g7 is in time.
You want to provoke c4?
I still want to go queen e4, actually.
Yeah, that's possible.
And I feel like white center, as much as the queen is not happy here, white center kind of collapses, and I'm not sure that white has anything concrete for it.
So maybe white shouldn't go for a3 because this pawn structure was a bit delayed to be
well. So the question in my eyes, I mean, knight g2 is a very typical move in such positions.
Yeah.
Knight g2 is where the knight usually goes in this line, and very often what you'll see is that white's knight heads to g3, and then eventually maybe to e4 and to d6. So both sides have an outpost. Black has an outpost on d5. White has a corresponding outpost on d6. And I find these structures to be really interesting. Now a3, is still an existing idea. So queen d8 is likely. And we might see a position like this if on knight g3, bishop g6, or even maybe knight e7 is more accurate. You're not really afraid of knight takes f5.
Yeah, and we now have some bishop e2 h4 idea. Okay, knight g7. Here.
Yeah, but I mean bishop e2, and I think white is slightly better here. I mean.
Yeah, definitely. Or even you get some bishop g5 instead of e2.
Yeah. No, I think white's going to be better in several different ways. So I do want to, let's check maybe quickly back into the Duda game just to see what has happened there. But I think Magnus is about to have a juicy Karjakin, just an old school, nice Karjakin slugfest. So we're definitely going to keep our eyes on the world champion. And let's update here. Well, actually, no, nothing has happened. Queen a4. And Sergey.
Bishop b5, he played queen b6. So Sergey keeps the structure.
So things have happened. Oh, my apologies. Yep, it's just updated. Bishop b6, bishop b5, queen b6. So let's see if any games have been played in this position. Yes, there is one game, and white castled in that game.
Yeah, castle
c6 happened. Chop on c6, chop, and queen c2. And this is quite typical, Yifan. I think you're basically playing for the c5 square and trying to go knight a4 and maybe reposition the rook to c1. There's a very famous classical game played by Akiba Rubinstein, one of my favorite classical players, against Salve, where he sort of demonstrates exactly how to play against this hanging pawn structure by essentially building a blockade against the c5 square. So this structure has existed forever, and black needs to be pretty active here.
Yeah, indeed. So one of the questions is whether you can push c5 and keep these hanging pawns on the center.
So c5 here, trying to solve the problem of that square.
Yeah, but here you got some problem because there will be this f6, knight a4.
Let me just make the moves again. I didn't mean to do that. So queen c2, c5, bishop takes f6, and whoop, swinging the knight to a4. But how good is this? What if I go?
You even can take on d5. That's already good enough.
Right, knight d5. Bishop d5, rook d5. Yeah, and white's going to emerge up a pawn. And if you play queen takes b2, then maybe black is okay concretely.
Yeah, knight f6, queen f6, the rook d6. Okay, rook d6 is probably not good.
Yeah, I mean, the problem also is that, black can plan a rook on c8. I really don't see black being too much worse here.
Yeah, but the issue here is you shouldn't push c4 hurriedly, because then white get knight d4, queen c3. Maybe there will be some, let's say, control along these dark squares. So once your pawn keeps on c5, I guess black will be fine. Well, tiny things. I mean, white probably can create some tiny initiatives here, but
Right.
hard to make it convert to a win.
But you're absolutely, I mean, in these positions, you can't talk about a huge advantage. You won't win a position like this in one move. It's all about accumulating tiny advantages. So after castles a6.
But the question, whether this a6 is necessary. Because I always feel like, it's a bit waste of time. So for example, if we try something like rook fd8, whether white got this knight e2, because I'm trying to see whether we can just maintain here and wait to see what white will do.
So knight e2 makes a lot of sense, repositioning, as you indicated previously, to d4.
Yeah, but maybe we have. Okay, I'm trying to do the calculation of bishop g4.
Me too. Same here. I think at the same time we were both calculating it.
Like bishop f6, bishop f3, bishop e7, bishop e2, but bishop d8 captures the
But
point.
also bishop f6 is possible here.
Ah, okay, I missed that. Okay.
Not that it's that amazing, but takes.
Bishop c6, bishop f3. Okay. Yeah, maybe that's just clear enough.
The bishops just are desperado capturing everything. So this is good for black, but queen g4, queen b5, and funnily enough, the knight is hanging and the pawn is hanging. But white can go, I guess, knight f4. And maybe white has some ideas here. Knight h5 is coming. And, all of a sudden, the queen and the knight kind of recombine. And you could get in trouble here in the blink of an eye. These positions need to be treated with a lot of caution. And I think we're going to show you pretty soon. Anish Giri, the guy has to jump into every hot topic discussion. He can't let one go. Magnus is giving timeouts in all his classical games to practice for the match versus Fast Nepo. Wasn't that already obvious? I think Anish has cracked the essence of why Magnus is playing the World Cup. Magnus spent 5 minutes and 31 seconds on his second move. Our commentators are wondering if he actually prepared for this gap. I am wondering. I think Anish might be right.
I guess that's somehow thinking a bit further. Well, probably, but I felt unlikely. It's just like a entertaining topic.
Yvonne, didn't you hear Anish also works as a psychologist and professor of psychology? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Okay. But based on the tweet.
Well, I like his perspectives approaching things. That's always sometimes innovative. Yeah, creative. So that brings a lot of fun to the chess world, apparently. And also that's making some sense. I mean, at least you see, we're discussing whether that could be true. It's not something completely nonsense. So that's super cool.
And, look, I love Anish. We're on great terms. And people like Anish are, it's great to have top GMs who have a sense of humor and who bring light to the game. I'm absolutely for that. And I think everybody is. The one time Anish trolled me was, I think this was 2015. I had a nightmare, or 2016 rather. I had a nightmare US championship. I got last 3.5 out of 11. And one game I was playing Alexander Onishuk. And I was in the midst of a terrible tournament. And Onishuk played a model positional game. And at some point I had a bishop on a8 that was buried by a pawn on c6. And white had a pawn on c5. I'm using the board to show you. And my bishop was buried for the rest of the game. And of course, Anish, I think he tweeted something like, I'm happy I'm not Mereditsky's bishop today. And let's just say after the game, found out about it and I'm not too happy, but I was honored to be trolled by Anish. Make no mistake. By the way, we have some stuff going on here. Bishop takes f6 has been played. Bishop takes f6, and knight takes d5, takes. Rook takes d5. So he's decided on immediately taking.
But we probably will see something similar. Let's say if bishop takes b2, and in the future, white captures c6 after short castle, bc6, rook's return, and then the pawn structure and the material comparison will be exactly the same as the line we discussed before.
Yep. Yeah, like if black doesn't somehow move the knight, you know, white is a tiny bit better here. There is no doubt in my mind that white is playing for an edge here with very little risk.
So maybe rook d8. Let's check few moves. Rook a d8.
Rook a d8. Well, the instinctive reaction is rook f d1. Or did you want rook f d8?
I guess that's similar. Never mind.
So let's say rook f d1.
We
exchange.
Wow, we cannot change rook d8.
Oh, queen c6.
Queen c6.
Amazing. bc, and now not rook d8 first. Whoops. Mate threat on d1 pawn is untouchable, but queen c6 first, and everything is protected due to the back rank threats. Okay, so that's a nice line, which means rook d8 is not really possible. White's rook continues to dominate over the d file. And what if black maybe brings the bishop back to f6?
Yeah, that's a good move, because he also opens up this b file. That makes the d5 knight a bit limited.
You know, sometimes in these positions, you could play something crazy like g4.
Exactly.
Wow, the eval bar did not hate that move. I'm shocked. That should be the best move. No, because the idea is you create some luft and you prepare g5.
Yeah, such a position could be a bit annoying for black, to be honest. I mean, it's not completely worse, but you need to deal with the pressure.
Definitely.
F7, their weakness on B7, literally the 7th rank. And also your F6 bishop, you need to, for example, think about whether you push G6 to leave this G7 square or you play some other moves. So maybe rook d8, by the way, maybe rook d8, trying to exchange as more materials as possible just to release this base pressure.
And white could try, based on your point about the f7 pawn being repositioned the bishop. And again, I've mentioned this several times already. Opposite colored bishops in the presence of queens favors the attacker. It's not just a draw, because the f7 pawn is going to be very hard to defend. Black doesn't have a light square bishop, and the pawn is on a light square. So I like what Jan-Krzysztof Duda is doing here, and Sergey has struggled a little bit this tournament to maintain himself under pressure. But as he contemplates his further course of action, and as Magnus's Carlsen unfolds, we are going to take our first break of the rounds. When we return, more action from game 2 of the finals of the FIDE World Cup. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Welcome back to the FIDE World Cup, and we hope everybody's calendars are marked because the World Chess Championship is coming your way in November 2021. It will be held in Dubai, and of course, Nepo and Magnus Carlsen will be contesting the crown. And we are very excited to announce that the Chess.com commentary team will consist of a very, very special guest. Fabiano Caruana will be commentating alongside Robert Hess. That is not going to be a pair that you will want to miss. And if you wanted to sweeten the deal even further, Chess.com does have exclusive video feeds for the World Championship. So make sure you tune in November. Make sure you take your holiday. Make sure it coincides with the World Championship because it's going to be an epic match. And Yafana, I have a feeling that, we've had World Championship matches in the last couple of years with a lot of draws. And I don't mean that critically, but I have a feeling that this year things are going to happen. I have a feeling we're going to get more decisive games in Nepo. What do you think about that?
Yeah, could be because the previous two matches, let's think about the players. There were Sergey and Fabiano, so both are well known by their deep chess stylings, very good opening theories, but also somehow relatively solid. I say relatively, depends on whom they're comparing, because Fabiano clearly also, I think Daniel, you mentioned he's good at some dynamic positions, right? And he likes to figure out all those complexity. So having that much draw is probably not really fit his style, but since he's facing Magnus, I guess both players do not want to take risks, especially I guess that's kind of strategy for Magnus, because he thought that he probably even has more advantage when the games go into the faster time control. So maybe he's just trying to be stable in the classical games because in the match you just need to win. So that's probably part of his strategy. But this time he'll face Nebo, who clearly has a very strong rapid blitz skill. So, but in the meantime, of course, he developed a lot for his classical chess in the last couple of years, just becoming top of the top. So we'll see how the world champion will manage his strategy. And also Nebo clearly wants some, let's say, real fight most of the time.
Yeah, I agree. And you mentioned the word risk. It's of course, nobody wants to take too much risk in the World Championship, but I think Nepo cares less about that than some of the other players. I think to Nepo, he plays the same way against everybody. I think he's just one of those people who he plays quickly. He has the same style. And, for Nepo, of course, he's going to feel the heat. He's going to feel the anxiety of sitting before Magnus on the world stage with a gazillion people watching him. But I just got the sense that he's going to play basically the same way that he normally plays. And that's what might produce, a very big challenge for Magnus. In addition, everybody remembers that game. Yufan, you probably remember it. The last classical game between Fabi and Magnus, where it seemed like Magnus was, quite a bit better. And then all of a sudden the game ended. The clocks were stopped. And there's a good video of all of the commentators' reactions because did Fabi resign? Did something happen? But it turned out Magnus had offered a draw. He was so confident in his superiority in rapid that he offered a draw in a better position. Nobody liked it, but let's not forget who the world champion still is.
Yeah, so that shows his strategy. I mean, that's actually, could leads to the both observations. One would say, okay, so his world champion should fight for this. He has good chances why he just draw without any risks in that position. But on the other hand, he knows clear what is his goal. So that's another special ability for a chess player. So for example, you came to the board with a mind that you just need a draw, and then you thought you got much higher chances in the coming games. And when you see there's a position, you go for it. And sometimes when people thought, okay, I can earn more, I can get more than a draw, and somehow you become more ambitious. And that could be a danger signal. I guess that also somehow differs the players at different level, because sometimes you always thought something irrational. Okay, I got chances more, I should play. But when things continuing and you suddenly change your mind, I'm not sure you're able to adjust to the current situation in a very, let's say immediately. If not, that could be tricky, So
particularly in the World Championship, yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, I can understand, but to me, it's actually very hard to behave the same because for myself, I know that most likely I'll just follow the games when I feel sense there's chances I'll go for it. But probably that's one of the reasons that I'm not at the top level. So who knows?
Well, I mean, I think you're right. I think I am perhaps slightly understating the influence of the tournament and the environment. And I guess we'll see. There's just no way of knowing what's going to happen. The players have been preparing. I'm super excited also to see Nepo's opening preparation, but of course there will be plenty of time to discuss that. The match is only in November. Let's check back into our positions, and there isn't much to talk about here. The position after rook takes c5 is still on the board, and Sergey is contemplating whether to take on b2 or to play some other move here. I'm not sure exactly what else is available. Maybe rook d8 first, trying to get rid of that rook preemptively.
a6.
a6 also.
Bishop c6, bc6, and trying to capture back the pawn with the queen.
And getting that structure that we had discussed. Let's say rook d2, bishop b2, and castles.
Again, I don't think this structure really, brings black something. I mean, trying to give an easier task. I don't think so.
No, this is very nasty. That pawn is just a permanent weakness, and white's pieces are perfectly poised to deal with this. Rook c2, rook c1, and honestly, this is good stuff for white. So a6 is possible, but doesn't seem to solve all the problems. What about rook d8? What should white do here? I guess takes.
Yeah, takes.
And I guess if you castle, then I'll take on b2.
Yeah, it's better version because black control the d file first.
Right. I mean, first of all, I didn't necessarily have to take. And perhaps bishop c6 first is somehow working because bc. And now let's say rook d8, and some move here.
You want b3?
I'm pretty sure the computer wants to play b3, and then bishop c3 checks simply king e2 and laugh in black's face and say, my queen on a4 is perfectly positioned. It's preventing these two moves, which would have been checkmate.
Yeah, actually it's possible.
And then we're going to go here. So here white is much better, but that has to be calculated. And Sergey's position's a little bit uncomfortable here, as he's been thinking for a solid almost 20 minutes now, I think.
Yeah, but it's critical because that would decide what type of endgame. Okay, not endgame, but kind of the late middle game will occur. And basically, when you enter to a certain type of structures, the red things will be relatively easier, like yesterday Magnus versus Vladimir, right? You get into the position with your bishop on f4, the rest would be a piece of cake. But here, there are a few options. We checked the bishop versus knight, we checked the sacrificing pawns, and we checked some maintenance with the bishop b2 rook d8. So it's hard.
It really is, and it is clearly a critical moment. I mean, you have every candidate move changes the nature of the position and wins the pawn back in a different way. And it's entirely possible Karjakin has realized that he's worse in every case, but that's the art of defending. It's to choose the lesser evil, to choose the line where you feel like you have the most practical chances to hold the position. Now, we're not talking here about holding the game, and black is not that much worse, but it's very easy to slide into a very nasty situation, no counterplay here. So I'm curious to see what Sergey is going to choose. And as he continues vacillating over this decision, let's check back into the game of the world champion. And Magnus did indeed play knight e2, as we had sort of begun to suspect he would.
Right?
Yeah, queen d8, a3, throwing this move in, and knight g3, and knight e7. Oh, so this is all kind of happening.
a3, bishop a5, then knight g3, knight e7. It's even better, yeah.
Now, white's better here. I mean, bishop e2, castles, and after castles, white has this very clear plan of going, knight c4, potentially knight d6. And I think that if you look at this position with an untrained eye, you get under the impression that black should be fine because of the control over d5. But as we indicated earlier, one square does not tell the whole story. And white's got a ton of activity, with all of his pieces coming out to great squares. So I don't like black's position in these types of structures.
Yeah, so this type of structure is like black get this outpost, but this outpost can do nothing unless bring one piece there, right? And I guess white just need to pay attention for those counterplay ideas like c5 or even pushing f pawn and trying to control these space advantage. And maybe one day trying to develop your kingside pawns when you get the full control of the position, because we shouldn't forget that white has space advantage thanks to this pawn e5.
Right. Yeah, that pawn on e5 is actually the entire. I mean, if you shifted it to e3, you'd get a Slav. But if you took it away, then we wouldn't be speaking. And of course, let's say you put it somewhere else, you would be speaking about an amazing position for black, super solid. But because this pawn is here, it really clamps down on black's position in many different ways. So currently Magnus is thinking here. He's got an hour on his clock. Fedoseev's got 20 minutes more. And could Magnus be contemplating you brought up this idea of h4 at some point, Yvonne. I think that might be a serious candidate.
Yeah.
Bishop g5 also.
Yeah, I was thinking bishop g5.
Right. And you don't want to allow, now knight takes f5 is a serious positional threat. And if black plays bishop g6.
Then we go h4. But then h6. Okay. So maybe bishop g5 is not a good move immediately.
Yeah, I don't really see a reason not to develop bishop b2. I mean, of course, Magnus is known for finding creative positional solutions.
By the way, there's an interesting line. I mean, not working, but interesting, which is bishop g5, bishop g6, h4, h6, h5, with the idea hg, hg. And then if you take on h1, can give a check on f7.
Wow.
Like an intermediate move.
That's a cool idea.
But you can play knight g6.
But unfortunately, knight g6, yeah, and the knight defends the rook. Magnus has made a move. He's gone bishop c4. He did not go bishop e2, he went bishop c4.
Oh, okay. But why bishop here?
I think he's going
5.
So first of all, he's putting some more eyes on the d5 square. But I think what most people are thinking is, well, what is he doing? The bishop is biting on granite. There's 2 pawns here. What is the bishop doing there? Well, I think in the long run, Magnus might be orienting himself toward a push of the f pawn. And you'll see this plan sometimes where the pawn somehow gets to f5. And if you're able to get rid of this pawn on e6, the bishop becomes a monster. So I think Magnus might be banking on sort of the long-term virtues of his position. But I don't know. I mean,
yeah,
it might just be defend the d5 square.
Yeah, or you want to go keep some possibility of bishop e3, even queen f3, like the activity of this d1 h5 diagonal.
Bishop e3, queen f3.
Or maybe some knight ce2, knight f4, but that's unlikely. I don't like that. No.
Yeah, I mean, under some circumstances, I could see a case being made for it. And
yeah, the question is how black develop here. So maybe like knight d7, bishop c7, knight b6, knight b d5.
Right. But at some point, bishop g5. I guess let's say we castle.
Yeah, we just castle. Castle.
And castles, yeah, black should probably castle. And white goes in knight c4. Or even, what if I try to force my way in with bishop g5?
bg6.
And then let me try f4. And, f5 is almost a reality. Because it actually is a threat because of the pin. And somehow it's not easy for black to prevent it. I mean, knight b6, bishop a2, and then b4 is threatened. So
Yeah.
that might be one of several possible ways to handle this position if Fedoseev goes knight d7. Man, I really don't like black's position here.
Yeah, because compared to some typical Karjakin lines in this e5 variation, normally it's like d5, c4, you play d4, bishop c4, something like that. And now literally you allow cd, queen 5, queen d8, wasting 1 to 2 tempos.
Yeah, this is bad. It seems like white's gotten, as you said, everything that he wants because of the tempo loss. And the bishop on a5 is also quite an awkward piece, actually, because it's neither here nor there. It's sort of staring at the knight, and if the knight eventually moves to e4, it'll just be staring into open space. But this is often a problem piece for black in these positions. I mean, you can park it on b6, but white can easily reciprocate with bishop e3. That's not a big deal. And Vladimir, I mean, of course, black against Magnus, a must-win game if he wants to keep the match going. Let's be real, his chances of beating Magnus on demand with black are pretty vanishingly low, not zero. Vladimir is a beast, as he's shown time and time again, but the only thing I think that would give him hope, Magnus is not playing for a draw. Magnus is out of first place contention, so he wants to win at all costs.
Yeah, so we'll see, because this bishop c4 is actually, the more you look, it seems like a sophisticated move, but we'll see how Fedoseev will react. Maybe he should play some h6 first just to avoid this bishop g5 f4 plan, but that's too slow.
Plus, after we castle, there might eventually be some sacks or stuff like that. And that's a sign of a bad position when, like, every move you play has some sort of a clear drawback. That's never good. So we'll see how Vladimir handles this. Karjakin has finally made a decision. He has played what I would say is the most sort of natural move, but we couldn't quite find equality after white castles. I don't think it exists. I think black is just slightly worse.
So it's already hard here. What to do instead of bishop b2? We discussed.
Yeah, we didn't like either of the two alternatives. So you kind of have to bite the bullet here. So white's going to castle, I would imagine. Yeah. White's going to castle.
Maybe we'll see some rook d8, rook d1, rook d5, rook d5, and this type of structure.
Yeah, which is nasty. I'm going to predict that this position occurs on the board. I'm going to throw out a wild prediction. I'm going to say this happens. G4 is a very Duda move. Duda likes these kinds of moves, which multi-purpose moves that create practical pressure.
Well, you know, maybe man is not obliged to play bishop f6, so maybe some move like queen c7 or some move like g6.
But if you play queen c6,
Sorry, yeah.
No, I was just going to say that if you play queen c7, then my only concern would be, something like queen c2.
Yeah, to pin here.
Bishop f6 probably is forced now, and then I was thinking maybe here g4. And again, I just feel like practically there's so many threats here. G5, this spin, but I agree. I think black certainly isn't obliged to play bishop f6 immediately. Perhaps even h6 could be considered.
Yeah, but it will be a tough game for black because white has some developing plans, and the black just need to wait there and be cautious of different threats and trying to defend, busy with the defending ideas. So we'll see whether Sergey will show his defensive skills here in this game.
And Duda has been taking some time, but here he gained e2. Wow, he doesn't castle. He goes straight up to e2.
Wow.
What a decision. That is a serious decision right there. Now, I would caution people against, this is not a crazy move because clearly black does not have nearly the firepower to create problems against the king. And Duda might be trying to streamline the process of getting the rook involved and keeping the king in the center in the event of a potential endgame. That's often the rationale behind playing this move. He might be thinking that the queen trade might happen.
Yeah, and also sometimes when you want to push g4, g5, actually king on e2 probably even better placed compared to g1.
Right, because you're not in the way of the king side. Huh. So yeah, so for example, bishop f6, still g4 is alive and well.
But how about a6 here?
Right. The king might become kind of a liability at the same time, because if you take and go rook d2, this is a great example of that. If your king was castled, white would be much better, but here there's queen b5 check, which is an incredibly nasty, which is a very nasty move. Takes ab and black is totally fine. The pawn structure has been corrected and the a file has been opened. So this could backfire on white, but not in the way that white gets checkmated, but more in the way that the king on e2 is exploited in some way. Maybe in this position, bishop c6 should be avoided.
Yeah, maybe just bishop c4.
Right. And what to do here for black? I guess dropping the queen back in b5 is interesting. Rook.
Yeah, c7, right?
Queen?
Queen c7.
Queen c7, yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, but maybe you can just go like bishop b3 or queen c2 you want. No, queen c2.
Queen c2, there's knight b4, yeah. I was thinking also bishop d3, which aims at the diagonal, but then g6 can be played at any moment.
Yeah, but to be honest, it's a king e2 just seems a bit too much.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like we're trying to dance around with our pieces to make sure that the king doesn't get in the way. Whereas if white had castles, you know, the pieces would have had a lot more freedom. Just get the sense that the king becomes kind of a dead weight that white is carrying around. And I think the surprise Sergey, it's hard to imagine that he anticipated king e2.
Well, definitely he's calculating from castle, but I'm not sure if he also considered king e2. Well, unlikely.
Yeah, I mean, so we were thinking just now we analyzed bishop f6, but
how
yet
about
again, a6. Yeah, so once again, it's this dilemma, right? If I take on c6, then once again, I'm up against the possibility of queen b5. And if you play rook d2, the bishop could simply drop back. And again, queen b5 is a big threat. So not terribly impressive. Perhaps I'll move my bishop back just like we did in the other line.
But here maybe we can go rook d8 just to try to exchange rooks.
Right. And if I try to punish you for not moving the bishop? Yeah, I feel like this might get unpleasant for black.
That's horrible. That's
well, that
horrible.
So maybe at some point the bishop has to be moved, but you can procrastinate sort of until the last second just to save time and be more flexible. You can also play knight b4 here, maybe. I don't know what to make of this move.
Rook d7.
Yeah. Queen c5.
Okay, bishop f6 has been played.
Okay, so he decides to drop the bishop back. He will not play too adventurously. And yeah, I mean,
no, how about rook d1 here?
Rook hd1.
No, b1.
Oh, b1.
Just preparing bishop d3, then maybe, you know, activate the queen.
Yeah, there's some tactics in the air there. That rook on d5 could swing over to h5 at some point. So black doesn't have to move the queen, actually. There's no direct threat. But at the same time, obviously, black has to be very careful. I mean, rook a d8 maybe should be tried. Yeah, I mean, I think black is holding on, but caution has to be exercised here by black. So that's one way of playing. Rook b1, rook d1 also possible. And it's interesting. Only 3 of the 8 World Cup final matches have ended without tie breaks. So historically, most World Cup final matches do go into the tie breaks. And remember that most, all of those are composed of 4 games. So it seems like the further along in the tournament we go, the less risks the players are sort of willing to subconsciously take. And that's totally understandable, I think.
Yeah.
But that's an interesting stat. Okay, so bishop f6, Duda is thinking. And toggling back to the Magnus game, we had bishop c4. And is Fedoseev still thinking? We had bishop c4, bishop g6, h4, h6. And what do you make of this development?
Okay, yeah, so how about h5, queen g4?
Yeah, that looks very natural. h5, queen g4 coming out and attacking the pawn. How exactly does black defend it? King f8, I guess. Taking a page out of Duda's book.
Well, that's not a move. I mean, after king f8 already.
No, it's ugly. It's very ugly.
It's almost winning, just cut so short and keep playing the game.
But what does black do? Rook g8 also looks ugly. Am I missing some?
Maybe some tactical reaction?
Yeah, but queen g7 is a massive threat. So I don't exactly see how to handle this. I mean, what black would want to do is give up the g7 pawn and then play maybe king d7 or something ridiculous like that. But it will take a lot of imagination to figure out a solution here. And as Fedoseev does figure out a solution, we're going to go on a quick break. And when we come back, we're going to keep on observing these really interesting World Cup games, as it seems like Jan-Krzysztof Duda is putting some heat on Sergey Karjakin, and the world champion is once again in a great spot out of the opening. Don't go anywhere. More World Cup finals to come on the other side of this break. And we are back at the FIDE World Cup. In right around 50 minutes, we will be joined by none other than Vishy Anand, 5-time world champion. He will be joining us yet again today. What an honor it is to have Vishy in the studio. He provides so much insight. So he'll be joining us right on the hour in 49 minutes. And hopefully by that point, the games will still be as entertaining as they are now. And given the complexity of the positions, I think they will be. So in the Karjakin Duda game, we have, I think, a doubling of the rooks on D1. Which,
yeah, D1 has been played.
And we were kind of debating between rook B1 and rook D1. And Duda deciding on rook D1.
Yeah, and I guess the obvious reaction here would be rook D8, trying to exchange both of the rooks.
Mm-hmm. So I'll wait for it to update. There we go. And rook F8 or rook A8. So let's say rook F8.
Yeah.
No, but rook F8 maybe. I don't know. Evalbar seems to prefer white by a heavy margin. Rook D7 is interesting.
If take the rook D8.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to puzzle out. I can't seem to figure out a course of action. Takes rook D8, and it looks like black neutralizes white's position here. There's
maybe just exchange twice on the D8, and then bishop D8, bishop C6. How about queen B2 check first? How about
but then knight D2?
So you take on C6, BC6, and then maybe knight D4. This pawn, or not? Yeah, this pawn probably just lost due to the back rank.
Mm-hmm. And if queen B2, now you have a very pretty score on F3.
Yeah, king F3.
That's a really nice line, and now this pawn is lost. And if you play queen C6, then this endgame probably is really bad. Maybe you could take on A7. I don't rule it out, but I feel like this endgame is just terrible for black.
Yeah, and white is benefiting his king on E2. Now this is much stronger than the G1 square.
No, this is atrocious for black. And I just want to draw everybody's attention to the fact that this is what games at this level revolve at. It's you 7-move sequence, and at the end, yes, you win just a pawn, but it's not just a pawn. To these players, a pawn in an endgame like this is essentially game over. So, that's how you have to win positional games. You have to be, as Nimzovich said, you have to be happy to celebrate small victories. Good players celebrate small victories, and it seems like Jan-Krzysztof is firmly in charge, and he might be celebrating the small victory of putting Karjakin under pressure in the opening. And Sergey has struggled with black in this tournament pretty unequivocally.
Yeah, I mean, that's a bit surprised to see, because he's supposed to have a very solid opening repertoire.
Yeah,
but
and he does.
Yeah, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, we see that most of the white players actually just trying to play with him some positions with tiny h, and then trying to enlarge it both here. Well, here we still need to see how game will continue, but also previously when Sam Shackland played him with white pieces, both the classical game that endgame and Catalan. But for example, he's playing with Fedoseev, who's trying to create something, but he defended well. So maybe somehow he's not very happy to defend those slightly worse positions like here.
Yeah, he might be the Minister of Defense, but maybe his term is ending. And the reality is that nobody wants to defend this amount of positions in one tournament. And you mentioned the concept of people getting into these slightly better positions and squeezing him. And with Sam, there was that panicky move F5 at some point. He's been, getting these situations where we're used to him holding the position with computer-like precision, and he is human. And sometimes you have tournaments where one particular area of your game suffers more than others. But obviously, we're jumping the gun here. I don't think we can talk about any kind of big advantage yet. I just think the best characterization of Black's position here would be annoying. This is slightly annoying to play for Black, but I'm convinced that if Sergey is careful here, he should be able to hold this.
Yeah, with accurate defense. But now
maybe
he's
rook
facing,
c8.
yeah, rook c8. But rook c8, maybe g4.
Yep, our favorite move. Involving the pawn.
Matches the a8 rook to the square of.
I think he's played rook c8.
Yeah, rook c8.
Yeah, so it's been played. He wants to reinforce his knight. And that rook on c8 later on, if the knight moves, of course, he could potentially have access to the second rank. Okay. So now the question is, what does JKD do in response? I like the idea of g4, but I feel like he will be searching for maximum here. What else exists?
Because g4 might face a6.
Right. And now we're running into some concrete problems, because if the bishop drops back to c4 already, there is some funny business with knight b4.
But you get rook d6, maybe. You're
true.
Okay.
But I would argue that already these kinds of tactics are probably in Black's favor, because White's lost a little bit of the one-sidedness with which he's been playing. Maybe bishop d3 should be played, with the idea of knight before rook d6.
Wow. Oh.
But apparently Black has some very strong retort here.
Maybe just c5, a simple move.
Yeah, and the rook's kind of stranded here.
Yeah, if you move your bishop away, he's gonna have a check on c4.
Right. And then queen takes a2 is a threat, queen takes g4. Yeah, I feel like here White's position sort of comes apart at the seams a little bit. And I really like your idea of a6 in response to g4. So my guess would be White should do something a little bit more, I'm not going to say careful, but I don't know how to, something a little bit more solid, I guess. But what? And this is where I think king e2 is something that perhaps Duda will regret after the game, if it ends in a draw, let's say. Because it keeps getting in White's way here. Whether it's a check on c2 that becomes possible, or a check on this diagonal. That king on e2 it's not in any mortal danger, but as I said previously, it's always susceptible to these annoying little checks and moves with tempo.
Yeah, a bit too creative.
Right.
Well, to be honest, we see king to time, but a bit unlikely when the Black already get this open C file and open D file.
Right.
Okay, so
yeah, rook AC was nice.
Yeah, and preparing A6. Actually, suddenly it solved the problem of the isolated pawns, and it gets some threats to break this setup with bishop C4, bishop D3, queen somewhere else. So now the question for White.
Yeah, to me, there's actually two. I see this game going one of two ways. I think the likelier scenario is just a quick draw of some sort. I think rook AC was an incredibly precise defensive move. The other scenario is that Duda, I think, finds some way to prolong the pressure, and the game goes on for 40, 50 moves as Duda keeps trying to poke and prod. But the more I look at this, the less kind of appealing options I see in terms of trying to get scenario 2 to work. Maybe bishop d3 immediately. What do you think of this move? I'm trying to prevent knight b4 because of rook b5, and of course repositioning this bishop on this diagonal.
And if we go some move like queen b4.
Okay, that's a really good move. That's a really good move.
simplify the position.
Jeez, that is annoying because if I take, white is liable to being worse here because knight, if you allow knight a2, you're busted. The knight's coming to c3. What does white even do here? I mean, you got to go
5.
Which move?
I mean, can we, I mean,
Oh,
that's not advantage for saving.
Trading on your own terms here, yeah. Takes b6, something like this. And this is equal. And I'm sure not. Black doesn't even have to take a6 maybe. This is a funny exchange of moves because neither side wants to trade queens, and both sides are trying to get the other to trade on their terms. So yeah, that's a big queen b4 is a big problem.
Yeah. But what else?
I don't know. And the other thing, is if white goes rook to 2, if white says, all right, you know what? Let's take the second rank under control. Whoop, bishop comes out to c3. But and again, it's annoying.
Okay, you even can play bishop c3 because I was thinking like a6, knight b4. It's working
that too.
there.
That too. No, king e2 was a serious inaccuracy. I'm almost convinced of that.
Yeah, it at least gives black some hope, like knowing the direction, where to put the pieces, and which effort to concentrate on.
Right. I think Duda will play g4 eventually because I just feel like, as the expression goes, once you've said A, you have to say B.
Well, I doubt, because maybe he realized and decided to play something solid.
Okay. Well, we'll see. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think he should play something solid, but I feel like in these situations, sometimes you feel like you're in too deep and you have to justify a move like king e2. Obviously, Duda understand he's not going to just make a move on general grounds.
So maybe we'll have a look for the other game because we act king f8 happens over the board.
Ugh. So queen g4, Fedoseev decided to.
Yeah. King f8.
This is really bad. This is really bad. Oh gosh.
Oh, because but
and if knight f5, it can take.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. I interrupted you. Go ahead.
No. Actually, I today my internet got some problems, so I will always like few seconds delayed, so I didn't see the current position unless you told me which comes the first and the screen, the picture shows later.
Oh, no worries. Yeah, so this is the position, the current position. I was knight f5 has not been played, but I think that's Carlsen's idea because after takes, you're like, what are we doing? We're blundering the knight. Nope. Queen drops back to f3, x-raying the pawn in f5, and white is winning. Knight is coming to d6. Look at this bishop. That's a bishop Manish Giri would tweet about. And then bishop f5, then queen f3. And again, knight comes to d6 or to g3, and black's position is in complete and utter collapse.
Yeah, that's horrible.
Am I overestimating Magnus's position, or do you agree that it's really bad for black?
Fully agree, because normally even you switch the position of the rook and king, like rook to f8, king to h8, it's still in favor of white, but this case just much worse.
Yeah, and I mean,
yeah, Carlsen plays some accurate move order like knight g3, h4, just directly trying to put pressure before black castle short, though I doubt whether black needs to go for this bishop g6, then bishop h7.
Yeah, and I mean, I mean, this opening choice of c4, Magnus always seems to choose like the right, I mean, a lot of the time he just seems to choose exactly the right opening to play, the opening that's going to cause his opponent the most difficulties. And, Fedoseev, I think Vishy mentioned this yesterday, it's just so frustrating. You've had an amazing tournament, and guess what? You're playing Sergey Karyakin, you lose, then you're playing Magnus Carlsen as a reward. And if you lose the last 3 games of the tournament, you have this bad taste in your mouth. But let's not lose sight of the fact that Vladimir has still had an amazing event regardless of how he does today. it's not easy to play Magnus. I guess that's the lesson from today.
Yeah, closely. But overall, he has a fantastic tournament. But always people somehow are, remembering more about what happened the latest. So his latest 3 games might be not as comparable as his previous games and matches. So we'll see whether he could successfully defend this one. Because if he can defend this one, that's a great success, to be honest, under this position.
Yeah, that would be an incredible defense. But you can just see in the body language that Magnus knows he has this under full control. What if you play knight b6 here? No, that's not going to cut it, I guess. Even bishop takes c6.
Yeah, and then b4 at any moment you want.
Yeah, I mean, this is winning. You could even drop the bishop back. I'm going to say this is almost lost for black, particularly because this kind of position plays right into Magnus's strengths. Converting these kinds of positions with a big initiative, which aren't too tactical, but yeah, I mean, this is garbage for black.
Yeah, bad opening decision, seems like. Maybe starting from this bishop b4, then with this move queen d5.
Yeah, this was a mistake, I think.
Complicated, yeah.
I think queen d5 was a mistake, and I think either ed or cd. The mystery of e takes d5 and why it has been exclusively played. We didn't solve that mystery, but I'm quite sure that either of these moves is revealed, even by the eval bar, is fine. The difference is not that huge with queen d5, but it just gets a structure that's incredibly hard to play. The c4 square, the king side play, the pawn on e5. White's got too many pluses in this position, and black has lost too many tempi. Okay, so wow, and can you believe only 15 moves in? This is already the position arises. Only 15 moves in. Wow. Yeah, I remember who was I playing? I resigned very late, but I think I had one game. I don't remember who it was against, but it was some 2700. And I was in IM at the time. And I had one of these positions and I just resigned. I mean, I was just sitting there just so disgusted in my position that I knew that it was the wrong thing to do, to resign. But sometimes the more you look at your position, the more disgusted with it you become. And I feel like I'm not advocating for Vladimir to resign by any stretch, nor will he, but that's how bad this is.
Yeah, well, he realized for sure that his position is kind of very fragile. But as a player, you still need to find the most, tough moves to create difficulties for your opponent, to convert the advantages.
Absolutely. You gotta ask yourself, what would Magnus do with black? What would Magnus do if he was playing himself, trying to make it as hard as possible? Well, we'll see. Vladimir, well, the time is not an issue. He's got over an hour, as per usual. And I imagine he's going to take a while here, trying to come up with some defensive idea. Okay. Let's switch back for a second to the Duda game, because we did have a move, Yifan, and it's bishop c4. Yeah. And we did consider this, I think.
Did we? I
think we did. I remember mentioning like knight b4 with b5, or maybe that was in reference to bishop d3 though.
Yeah, that was having the bishop d3 line. I don't think we checked bishop c4 under the specific position.
And it actually might be a very nice move.
Or
queen b4?
Yeah.
Yeah, still this move. And again, if you take, then white actually loses because the bishop on c4 is lost. And wait, what does Duda do here? Is it queen b3 maybe? Again, trading on your own terms.
Yeah, queen b3.
That's a nice idea. That's a nice idea. And if queen takes b3, you can solidify everything by taking, nope, I guess not with the pawn, but taking with the bishop for some reason. And then rook comes into d7. And
but why don't you take back with the bishop? You want to create to block the c file?
Say that again.
No, I was wondering why do not just take back with the bishop? Because maybe I get you wrong because I thought you put AB3.
Yeah, but the eval bar didn't like it, so I put it back. I guess A6, B5 maybe, and the bishop cannot be sustained on C4.
Yeah, I mean, this AB3 is a bit weird, to be honest, because your bishop can not just successfully stay on the C4 square trying to block the
Right.
C5.
Yeah, that's what I missed. I kind of superficially assumed that the pawn anchors the bishop, but the pawn actually restricts the bishop. And we do give, preferential treatment to our wonderful, hardworking team of producers, and particularly heralded by Vic, who has a question actually for us, if I may. And Vic is asking, why didn't we consider playing A3 before bishop D3? And the idea of this is to prevent knight B4, very prophylactic. I think he needs to change his last name to Karpov foot.
Such a thinking, yeah.
I think the reason might have to do with the fact that it's not quick enough, and this gives black a tempo. And I often advocate this to people and to students in almost every position. I think in a lot of positions, you have to have kind of an internal metronome, by which I mean you should be kind of loosely aware of how many moves you have to accomplish an idea. This might be one, this might be two. Because White's king is so wide open and White's pieces are so loose, I feel like this move is a little bit too slow, and I feel like this gives Black enough time to consolidate, but I don't really know how. So I do like A3. A3, bishop D3 certainly was an idea worth considering. Maybe rook F8, maybe something like that. Anyways, queen B4 has been played.
Yeah, I guess one of the other point is even after A3, A6, that when your pawn moves from A2 to A3, okay, you control B4, but you lose the control of B3. So B3 no longer would be a defended or protected square for the bishop or the queen. That means that you lose the setup possibility for the queen side. In the longer sense, I don't know if that would really bring White anything, or maybe,
right,
just waiting holes.
Agreed. You're one hole is patched up and another is created. Okay, so queen B4, and here we are fully expecting queen B3, which will be played quickly. It's the only move.
Okay, then the question for Black, whether he'll exchange queens and try to exchange rooks, but that would face rook D7.
So boom, you're saying takes, and rook F8 runs into
maybe rook CD8. Because the F7 is protected in that case.
So you want to play rook CD8 so that the rook on F8 remains to protect that pawn?
Yes, but still, White go for rook D7.
Yeah. Yeah, this is very, very unpleasant. And the issue after rook d7 is that it's unclear how Black unwinds. So let's go queen b3, takes. And the line we're looking at is rook cd8 and rook d7. Very common idea, moving along the file that you are controlling. And queen b3 has been played. This is super, super nasty. I mean, White is totally dominating here, and this just shows you how opposite colored bishops can actually be an unbalancing force in a position. It's not always all about opposite colored bishops causing drawish tendencies. They can actually be the reason that the position is winning. And we will see how Sergey handles this, but it is getting quite unpleasant for him in this World Cup deciding game. We are going to go on another short break, and when we return, we will continue monitoring Duda's efforts to squeeze out this advantage. He's playing phenomenal chess. Magnus Carlsen seemingly crushing Vladimir Fedoseev. Both of those games are unraveling quickly. When we come back, we will bring you updates from those games. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Okay, back we are to the FIDE World Cup. Remember, there is new merch available, and you do not want to pass it up because using promo code World Cup, all one word, you can get 10% off all Chess.com merch. This offer ends August 7th, 2 days from now. So those of you procrastinators who still want Chess.com swag and you want it discounted, make sure to go to go.chess.com/merch, enter promo code World Cup for 10% off all Chess.com swag. All right, so we're watching game 2 of World Cup finals between Jan-Krzysztof Duda and Sergey Karjakin. They are playing for first place, and Magnus and Vladimir Fedoseev playing for third place. If you're just joining, it used to be the case that the finals were 4 games. This year, the finals are 2 games long. Of course, there will be a tiebreaker tomorrow if necessary for either of the matchups. The way it's going right now, it's totally up in the air whether tiebreaks will be necessary because Duda is doing a phenomenal job putting the heat on Sergey Karjakin, who has just, taken the queen on b3. And here it's very important to take with the bishop.
Yeah, and I was just thinking, after bishop b3, how about this move knight b8, trying to stop rook d7 and then to exchange on the d file?
Knight b8 after bishop b3.
Yeah, because I didn't see the way to stop rook d7. I literally feel like when white's rook successfully controls the 7th rank, it will be a disaster.
Absolutely. No, I really like that move. And you know what I'm thinking of? I'm thinking about g4 even here.
Again, yeah.
But not the only move. I mean, maybe also, I do like knight b8. I think it might be the only move that preserves a semblance of decency. I was also thinking at knight d2 maybe. The idea being after rook f8, I want to go knight e4.
Okay, then bishop e7.
Now I'll snap this off.
No, they got knight d6.
Ooh. Yeah, maybe not the end of the world here, but definitely not what Mr. Karjakin is looking for.
8 has been played. Okay, so now we'll see which plan do that.
Oh, it has been played. Wow.
Yeah.
Awesome. And then that is a really, really nice idea to stop rook d7. I would argue, Yifan, that knight d2 is the sort of natural move. And after rook fe8, if black tries to prevent white from coming to e4, white says, no problem. I'm going to come to c4.
Such a knight.
Yeah, this is a knife. A knight and knife jumping all around the board. No, I think he's playing knight d2. And I think he's going to do it quickly, too. I think he's going to do it within 2 minutes. I think he feels it. Although, no, not necessary. He's got 54 minutes. I'm going to put out the fact that this is extremely, extremely concerning for Karjakin. He's in serious trouble now in this endgame.
Yeah. Because no chances.
Exactly. No counterplay. And there's a confidence with which Duda is playing. You just get this sense of the mojo, the wheels turning in his brain. And every decision presses the gas pedal down further. It's like he doesn't take a breath. He just keeps pounding at it and keeps creating problems from the very first moves. It's insane. And I'm going to say, if on this decision to take on f6 and take on d5, I know that it looks easy, but it's not. It is not easy to understand that this position, opposite colored bishops, or king is uncastled as of yet, that this position is actually better for white. And this level of positional decision-making, king e2, I think was inaccurate, but he followed it up beautifully with bishop c4, and perhaps queen b4 was a mistake. I don't know. Knight d2, I think. Oh, no. It has not been played yet.
Yeah, queen b4 might be a bit inaccurate, but very tempting because you feel like, when you enter into the end game, there might be more chances. But, it recalls me that how Sergey lost one of the previous games with Jacqueline, this end game.
He's gone g4.
Yeah.
He has gone g4. Man, I like knight d2 though.
Well, knight d2, maybe black will just play some moves like b6 and then knight e4, bishop e7, preparing for rook d8. Well,
Mhm.
no, not
True.
before. F7 is still losing, but somehow trying to maintain there. But even one day you might sacrifice with rook d7, then capture a7, capture f7.
Right. I mean,
That
I think
kind
G4 is clearly also very good. I think both moves are excellent. No, this
Yeah,
is
the problem is still you cannot play rook d8 because he gets 95. I mean, exchange everything. You
or
even
even or even here, I think, yeah.
Oh yeah,
Because
this is stronger. I was just trying to be greedy and capture one pawn. Be happy with that.
yeah, but how do you accomplish? Because if you take on d8, your g5
Yeah.
pawn's gonna hang in the end.
No,
You can play knight f7 and knight d6.
You can play
Mhm.
without g5.
You wanted to play it straight away, just take everything. My bad. Yeah. Gotcha.
Maybe, but maybe will work. But maybe there's bishop c7.
Knight f7, yeah. But I mean, he can play g5 first. White isn't really spoiled for choice here. So I guess g6 makes the most sense to me, at least
You mean
appearance-wise.
g5?
Bishop g7, but perhaps now it's time to open the gates and go knight to2.
h4, h5. That's
Oh gosh, that is nasty.
because
Black is paralyzed.
No way for the knight, no way for the rook.
Yep, knight moves, rook d7. This reminds me of the Shanklin position in the sense of no counterplay and the knight maneuvers too. Like Shanklin had a knight maneuver just like this.
Well, you get one plan, knight a6, knight c5.
Which is why I think maybe knight d2 makes sense. But h4 also makes sense because after knight a6, I think you make it in time. You just go h5 and something like h6.
Okay, I
but
guess
maybe, yeah.
3.
Bishop c3, yeah. Yeah, so I think maybe knight d2 is more imprecise here, but who knows?
Well, now we get rook d8.
Right. Okay, I'm gonna go here.
Take on d5.
Okay. Now, what am I going to take with? Oh, this is like choosing between pepperoni pizza and spaghetti and meatballs. I want both. Bishop takes d5.
Too greedy. Rook c7, knight d6. Oh no.
Wait a minute. No. I was thinking about some crazy tactics, but no. I mean, worst comes to worst, you can always just can't draw arrows, drop your bishop back. But if rook takes d5, maybe this is more accurate.
Yeah.
And then knight d6, knight e8.
Very hard.
Ugh, this is disgusting.
Yeah, the point is like you do not have some b5, a5, a4 trying to make use of your extra pawn on the queen side.
Nothing. And white has this f4, f5 idea on top of everything. White has so many plans. It's so easy to improve the position.
Yeah, that's typical. Even when you exchange the knight, this rook bishop endgame would be hard. As we've seen some famous games, but now with a knight here, I guess that only favors white.
Mm-hmm. No, clearly, I think Sergey going into this endgame deeply underestimated to the extent to which he has no activity and is essentially paralyzed, and perhaps also the extent to which white can improve continually his position.
So maybe not. Oh, you're right.
Yeah, it's easy to say in 2020 hindsight, but looks like rook fd8, maybe. But the engine actually already indicates quite an advantage for white. And after rook d1, it appears that a6 might have been the most precise path to holding. a6, bishop c4, rook a8. And white is slightly better still after something like g4. So king e2, perhaps this move never really gave up the advantage. Wow. Duda is playing like a machine in this tournament.
Yeah.
Would you say this is lost, or do you? I would wondering what Karyakin's objective chances here are.
No, it's not losing, but
It's not far from it.
not that far. I mean, probably black could collapse very soon, to be honest.
Right. And as Sergey contemplates the move, speaking of black collapsing, let's check out the Fedoseev position, where Carlsen, okay, so knight f5 happened, and this exact thing happened, knight takes f5, as we discussed.
Yeah.
And I think this is absolute crisis mode. Now, what is the threat? I believe the threat is knight g3. So let's make a random move just to illustrate. Why is knight g3 so scary? Because we are threatening to take on f5. And if the bishop moves, we obviously have bishop takes e6 with a crushing attack. So how should black address this? Queen h4 comes to mind. But there's something here, yeah?
You mean knight g3, bishop g4, but then queen
that was
f4.
the idea.
But queen f4, maybe it's kind of stuck in.
Just a little bit tied down here, just a tad. Bishop takes c6 is a threat.
And f3, like different moves.
I resign. Mr. Scheibel would be proud of me. I resign there. And could a case be made for taking on e4? No, because you're going to go f4, f5, and the game is going to be over.
Yeah.
Maybe knight b6. Maybe this is the way to defend.
You mean after exchanging on e4?
Yeah. And f4, knight d5.
f5?
Takes.
No, this is too slow. Queen
I
takes.
agree.
No, this is super slow. As I said, even in the rook exchange, no, queen and king exchange position is still in favor of white because you got this bishop. Oh, you want to exchange?
Well, I mean, probably not necessary. Just
maybe
bishop d2 even.
p1, preparing e6.
No, I lose. I have a funny story about that. I participated in many years the U.S. chess school was which is a camp for talented young players. I don't know how I made it there. I impersonated somebody talented, but it was taught for many years by. Do you know Gregory Kaidanov?
Yeah.
So Grisha, and I love Gregory. He's sort of a classic Russian, no nonsense coach. Loves Dvoretsky, and the camps were a blast. But there was one year where we had this circulating meme throughout camp, which I started, where I would propose a line that I knew was bad. Grisha would refute it, and then I would say, and I lose. So I would propose some sacrifice. He would refute it, and I lose. And he was getting frustrated progressively throughout the camp. And on the last day, I did that again. And in Russian, in front of the whole room, he just lost his cool. And he said, Daniel, can you just be serious just this once? And I don't remember I think he threatened to kick me out, which I entirely deserved. But if anybody has any illusions that I was not a troublemaker, you're sorely mistaken. Let's just say I was as red as a tomato in the 90-degree sun. Anyways, move has been played.
Good to know. Okay, queen e7, and e6.
And I lose. Bishop d2, yeah, and then maybe a5.
Yeah, and maybe just play some simple moves like rook a4. Well, maybe that's a bit wasting of time. No, bishop d2 would be a logical one. And after a5, the question is, what's next?
Right. Bishop d2, I think one could argue, is independently a good move because it connects the rooks. The question is how to improve subsequently the position. And white could play something like b4, I thought maybe. What do you make of this? my idea is after a4, I want to go b5 and get the bishop to b4. Obviously, black is not going to go a4, but just to illustrate. And if you allow me to take on a5, I want to trade the dark squared bishop so that I can slam a knight into d6. And I lose.
Maybe king g8.
All right. I will take. Gift me the pawn.
Yeah, it's also winning.
So I guess takes, yeah, knight d6. And
b4 seems one, yeah. Nice one. Nice and clear.
yeah, I think because this opens the second front, and that's a very common technique when your opponent is hanging by a thread. Sometimes you just want to strike on the other side of the board where, you know, your opponent doesn't have sufficient resources to hold things together. And I think there's many approaches here that Magnus can take. I love his time management. He's got 34 minutes. For anybody other than Magnus, I'd be concerned. But for Magnus, this almost feels like an eternity. So
Yeah.
this is dire situation for Vladimir, but I'm very curious to see how Magnus is able to invert this advantage, because he is, of course, the ultimate master in the realm of converting advantages and driving them home. But I think bishop d2 will be played. I think it's very natural, reasonable move, hard to resist.
Yeah, just after a5, which direction Magnus will go for?
No, knight back to g3. He doesn't go bishop d2. He wants to chase the bishop away first. Bishop
Okay,
h7.
So we'll see.
I mean, he could still play bishop d2 afterward.
Okay, so
But
seems like he doesn't want to allow this bishop e4 opportunity anymore.
I have a suspicion that he wants queen g4, f4, f5.
Wow. Okay.
But that has its own issues, because in response to f4, black could play f5 in some of these positions.
Nice idea.
So what know what Magnus would do is bishop d2 and then move the queen. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, just say after f5, maybe white can just retreat the queen back, and then your bishop was fully blocked on h7 with the weakness on it. So positionally, it's still be much better.
It's buried. So let's say rook d8, f4, f5. Just say, well, thank you very much. Say goodbye to your bishop. And then the pawn on e6 is also weak. So
Well,
I agree. This is
d8, bishop f7, king g8, king h7, finally.
Bishop g8, bishop f7, king h7. And queen g4 played.
Queen g4, okay.
I think the fact that he played knight g3 clued me into the fact that he's trying to get the bishop off of f5 so that he could try to land a pawn there. I don't know if this is the most convincing. I'll be honest with you, I'm not sold on the fact that f4, f5, queen e2 is totally clear. Like, let's say I want your plan, bishop g8. I feel like d5 in one of these positions is going to happen.
Yeah, can happen one day. Maybe just bishop d2 and rook c1, preparing d5, but then you get bishop b6. Okay.
I mean, even here b4 again can be contemplated. But
yeah, this is very hard for black.
Yeah, every one of these positions. And man, if you could land a knight on h4, that would be nice. Wow. I feel like knight h1 in one of these positions might be interesting, but not yet, of course. And this is a disaster for black in basically in every situation. So I think Vladimir will play rook d8, because there isn't much that black can do. If black tries c5, could black try c5, or is he bringing on his own demise?
Maybe bishop d2.
Good move, prophylaxis against cd.
And then rook c1.
Ugh.
Because unlikely that your king is still in the middle and your both rooks are disconnected and you try to open up the lines.
Man, why is everything so nasty here for black? Every line is looking terrible.
Yeah. Today, both black's games are suffering.
They really are. And well, we will not be suffering after the next break because we will be joined by none other than Vishy and Anand. So we'll go on another very, very quick break just to get Vishy into the broadcast. And when we return, the three of us are going to keep analyzing these really fascinating games. There is a possibility that a winner of the World Cup will be decided today. We're 2 hours into the round. Don't go anywhere. Seatbelts have to remain fastened, and we'll be right back with Vishy. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2021 FIDE World Cup. You're watching finals, game 2, potentially the decisive round, and it is a great honor to be joined once again by 5-time world champion Grandmaster Vishy Anand. Vishy, thank you so much once again for joining the commentary booth. And what are your reflections so far? It looks like Sergey is potentially in mortal danger.
Yes, I mean, this is huge. The very fact that he has put his knight on b8 means that it's not coming anywhere. Though I think if he could get knight a6, then it threatens knight c5 as well as meets rook d7 with knight c5. But the problem is g5 is going to crash that party. So for the moment, I think he has no way to free himself.
G5 is a huge threat. We were thinking maybe g6. But...
Actually, wait, knight a6, g5, let me go bishop b2. And now if I put a knight on c5, that improves matters a lot for me.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe this is what he should do. Can you see something after knight a6 instead of g5?
Instead of g5, let's see. Is there anything? Yeah, knight c5 is a pretty serious, one could say, threat. Can I reposition some rook f5, rook d6?
But g5, if you go bishop b2, then I don't know what's my follow-up.
Maybe rook b5 then?
Rook b5.
After g5, bishop b2.
Ah, g5, yeah, that's...
Okay.
And bishop f7 is a threat.
Yes, agree. No, but then I can play knight c5. I have knight c5, actually.
And in the end, you have knight a4, wow.
No, but then you get, rook f8, knight a4 all coming.
So this position, yeah, I feel like this bishop can be exploited somehow. But what if you start with h6 played, by the way?
No, but this is terrible because I'll go h4. And if you then play knight a6, I go g5, takes, bishop, wherever, c3, b2, and g6. That's the big difference.
That's just oil onto the fire.
Yeah, because now you can't do the same line because I'll throw in g6. In fact, I was thinking of g6, g6, knight g5 anyway.
Right.
After bishop b2, but now it's a piece of cake. I can do this happily.
Yeah, now it's a cherry on top. Oh, this is...
So obviously he's not going to follow up with, he'll probably play g6, g5, takes, but still I don't like h6 because I will now have, once I get a pawn on g5, I should be doing very well. Knight h2, g4, I have knight h4 threatening a capture, just all sorts of nice.
Maybe he wants some h4, rook d8 in case to keep the pin is pawn h4.
But okay, let's try g5.
Yeah, takes, bishop e7.
g6, it's over. That's again the problem with h6.
Yeah, this bishop.
I mean, I was going to say knight e5, then I realized, wait, I still have even g6. I don't even need knight e5. So
Duda instantly played h4.
Yeah.
And what could Sergey want here? Because it seems worse in every version to take hg.
Yes.
And g6, you were saying g5 takes, bishop g7. There's many knight maneuvers.
And then something strong, but even h5, g5, knight d2 looks very strong to me. Just put it h5, g5, knight d2.
Can I go king g7?
I assume g5. I mean, king g7 seems strange because I can take and g5 even maybe.
Yeah.
But it's possible that king g7 is a resource. Okay, we'll get to this, but at least for g5, I'll go knight d2.
So h5, g5, knight d2.
Yeah, and if you go rook f8 to stop knight, I have knight c4 even, but I have knight f1, g3 as well, so which is a nice plan.
Jeez.
I think after h4, but h5, king g7 might be more annoying than I thought. Okay, we're going to find out. He played g6, so let's see.
He played g6.
H5.
Somehow I feel like g5 is more, I mean, if g5 works, then that position is so juicy. Right? So g6, g5, takes, bishop g7, and now you mentioned, Vishay, I think knight h2 is a possibility.
Knight h2, g4 was one idea, and then to play f4, king f3, and just sit like that. Alternately, maybe it's time for knight d2 actually, because everything is crashing. Knight d2 is great. I'm threatening knight e4 coming. So maybe he wanted to go bishop c3 after hedgy.
Bishop c3. After HG, bishop c3. And
But then knight h2 must be quite decent because I'll have a knight h6 maybe somewhere.
yeah, black is sort of continually paralyzed here.
I think our attitude when we have to suggest a white move already suggests that our evaluation, we agree on the evaluation. This is all black. So, all of us.
Yeah,
are
but
getting
probably
so
bishop
excited
c3 is
to make a white move. Yeah.
At least bishop c3 allows king g7 in some positions, so it's definitely, I think, better than bishop g7.
Bishop c3, and then how should I get around?
So g5, hg, hg. This is the critical position if white plays g5.
Maybe bishop c3. I have rook c1 because I think exchanging one pair of rooks doesn't hurt me. In fact, it weakens f7.
And if we play,
because if you play knight a6, I go rook b7, knight c5, and then just bishop takes f7. So that's at least something that I have.
Oh, that's very nice. And then rook c3 in the end. And if we go, let's say black was right, that too. Maybe king g7, just sort of a semi-winning move. But now the bishop doesn't have a way back.
That's true. I could go. Yeah, I don't have a knockout because it shows how important knight b8 was, because it takes the most important square away from white.
Yeah.
How about
what about g5, h5, knight takes g5? Instead of h5.
Right, just going for the direct attack. So,
yeah, or if I want some razzle dazzle, I can go g5, h5, h5.
h5. Ooh, that actually looks really, really nice. And black could get checkmated momentarily.
Yes, king g7, I take on g5. And then if we take twice, I can double on the g file, and it feels like I'm going to win a pawn at least.
And now he drops back to e4 potentially. Wow.
And if you take, looks nice.
Yeah, so you're saying after king g7, knight g5 takes.
Yeah, I mean, g5 is the more natural move, head g5, but then bishop c3, and I don't know how to give a knockout blow there.
Yeah, h5 looks really, really nice. And if g4, then of course the rook defends this pawn, so you can probably go.
So knight h2, g3, and knight g4, and already head g6 is winning because you cannot allow a discovery.
Right. It's not about taking the pawns, it's about taking the right pawns here, the right time. So incredibly nasty here for black. So Duda's definitely, is there any alternative to h5 or g5, or is that those are the two candidate moves, I guess?
Yeah. Also, if I wanted to trick you, I could play h5, king g7, g5, h5, knight g5, and we are where I want to be, but in the right order. So I can. But
it's worth it because you want black to play g5. This you would prefer over that other line, probably.
Well, I just think if I play knight d2 and I can get my knight to f5, I'm so happy with that. Because your defending h6 pawn is a problem you can never solve. You can exchange my bishop and you're still stuck with that pawn. And you'll be defending it your whole game. So
yeah, Sergey's face kind of says it all here. Duda with excellent
the Minister of Defense. Let's see what he does.
I wonder if the games with Sam shook his confidence a little bit in terms of defensive skill. I understand doesn't really work like that, but do you think he's able to put it behind him completely, or does that maybe subconsciously make him second guess himself in certain key situations?
My own feeling is when I survive a tiebreak, my confidence recovers as well. Maybe there's something gnawing at him, but I mean, once he survived that match, he had to feel good about himself. And the next match went so good for him. It's hard to believe his confidence is still affected.
Right. Yeah, pretty one-sided with Fedoseev. And speaking of Fedoseev, let's check into his game because stuff is happening. And c5. And Yvonne, you remove bishop d2.
So Vladimir c5. Okay.
So antidote against cd, and now here comes the f pawn. And it looks like black, I mean, instinctively, I guess black has to play f5, or if you allow f5, then heads will roll.
No, f5, isn't queen f3 winning?
Yeah, we were discussing when the point's on c6.
Wait a minute. What if
f5, I think queen f3.
Humor me first. So what if I try something that takes? I mean, I know this is lost, but where exactly? I guess bishop b4, rook c1, and queen c6. Yeah, no, this is not serious. I agree. So what does black do? There's too late to ask that question.
Is bishop b4 and f5 really is over? It's over? Maybe it is. Bishop b4, knight c5, and f5 might just be resigned.
Right. Bishop b5.
Yeah, ef5, knight f5 is hopeless, and a bishop e5, fe6 at least is very strong.
Right, even rook e1. Gosh, this is a disaster. You know, maybe. Yeah, what is the most clinical move here? I wonder. Where is the knockout? Yeah, just rook e1. And if bishop, yeah, still bishop c5, bishop d6 here. So I guess just here.
Well, queen g3, b6, and
black praise to the gods.
But the other question is, how is black ever going to get out?
Oh yeah, no, that's
maybe bishop c2 and king g8 is a plan or something, but he's basically stuck with that rook on h8. I mean, this looks like only one side is playing no castling chess.
Right. Yeah, or white could do this. Bishop d6, and now probably just bishop takes d4. I would imagine. Apparently, the computer is like
actually instead of f takes e6, I could have started with rook e1, not to commit f takes e6, just rook e1 after bishop e5, rook e1.
Oh, yeah.
Because if bishop d6, I was hoping that rook takes d6 might work, but maybe it doesn't.
Wow. Maybe knight e6.
I think you might have. Yes, maybe that's enough. Knight e6 and thing, or fe6, rook king king e8, rook f7, queen g5. No, it's not worth trying this, right?
Right. Yeah, this is gets a little bit muddled.
Doesn't appear to have played cd4. So let's see what he's done.
He has played knight b6. Knight b6.
Ooh.
And of course, reinforcing the pressure on d4. He's only potentially threatening to take it with a rook, even though that doesn't seem to be a huge threat.
But if I go rook ac1 here, rook takes d4, bishop e3, bishop takes e5. And he might have just enough compensation there.
Ooh.
Because I thought bishop e3 might just finish it.
So how to defend that pawn? Okay, so there.
Maybe bishop c3, just lengthening my pawn chain a bit.
Knight d5.
And
could we take
f5, knight e3,
yeah,
queen f4.
Taking on f5.
Well, if you take on f5, I take twice and I play d5, right?
d5, yeah, in the end. But not f1.
But then bishop b6. I will
When?
take on. No, I
Yeah,
said
now,
that
now rook f1.
then after d5, bb6.
So what's your
So-
move now? Sorry.
Knight f5, knight f5, bishop
Mhm.
f5, f5, and some
d5,
bishop
bishop b6. Yeah.
b6.
Bishop
But-
b6.
Yeah, but d6, queen d7, and I can play g4 and bishop c4 and a4, and it's just.
But there's some c4, bishop d3. Oh no, maybe not on time. Yeah.
No, I'll start with bishop c4.
Right, so there's no discovery.
And then I'll play g4 and try to push
Played.
your.
This is very hard. No. And
Bishop c3 has been played.
Yeah.
And I think Fedoseev is, he's going to play quickly here. This is very frustrating to play against Magnus. Now there's also bishop c3, knight c5. Maybe you could, it's painful to give up such a bishop, but perhaps you could also do this. And I don't see whether black can, it looks a little bit iffy, but somehow, again, CD is never possible. So I think this might just be also winning.
But I can't play queen g5. That's not good. But what if I go king g8, f6, queen f8? Is that really what I want to do? Okay, let's throw it in. Play king g8.
All right.
I think you're going to play f6, right?
Yep. And then, okay, bishop d2, there's rook d4, so that doesn't work yet. Oh, wait a minute. Takes. How does white? There's got to be some, maybe knight.
Now I'm so many pieces down.
What about knight e2?
Well, I was hoping that g5, but then you take a knight f4 even. No, okay, it doesn't work.
Right. Or rook f4 here also. And then drop the queen back, something like this. Enjoy life for a bit. Yeah, white's life is very good. So I think either of those options in the event of knight d5. Does black have alternatives here? It's too late to even consider f5, obviously. Now with the bishop on c3, white will en passant. By the way, we don't have to switch to it, but in Sergey's game, g5, hg5, and hg5 is played. So Jan, I think, took very quickly without considering those ideas of h5. Interestingly enough, as we check the two-board view. And it appears that bishop c3 for Sergey might be the only chance to stay in the game.
Bishop
Nope.
e7.
Let's have a look. Bishop e7.
What happens if knight e5? King g7.
Bishop e7. Yeah, king g7, I guess, is the idea. We're going to wait for it to update. But at g5, hg, hg, bishop e7 has happened. As we check the full board camera here. And here's the current position. This also seems like a pretty resilient defense. It's not so easy to infiltrate. If you play knight e5, king g7, and then f4.
Black can hardly move, right?
Right.
Maybe rook c7.
Then if you move this
Still
rook.
hardly move.
But how is white going to, like, king f3? What is white's long-term plan here of improvement? Is it e4?
Usually king
f5?
f3, king g4, e4, f5. You these moves, I've seen them even in positions where you have equal material on the king side. Let's say 3 versus 3. And then white gets a rook on d7 and plays f4, g5, h4. Black has king g7 and f7, g6, h7. And still it's endless suffering.
Right.
Okay, he's
This
gone
break,
rook e5. What's he doing? He's gone rook e5.
rook e5. So he opens the bishop's diagonal. Rook e5.
Yeah, but okay, his idea is knight c6. He wants to play rook b5 and then slam on d7. No. What does he want to do for knight c6?
Rook
Maybe rook
e4,
e4.
maybe?
Yeah. And
Or,
then he's threatening rook d7. Oh,
what if
this
it's
is
something
nice.
crazy? What about rook d7 immediately?
Ah, you're right.
95,
Knight e5,
95.
knight e5, bishop g5, knight g6 or something. Yeah.
This looks very appetizing.
Indeed.
I mean, I don't know if it's necessary, but this might just be sort of showstopper. Also, knight f7, I think. Is knight f7,
Yeah.
rook h7, knight g5, rook h7 is threatened. So this does look pretty much like game over. So if not knight c6, then what does black do? Where does black go? Rook e8, is that? No, that doesn't look possible.
Move the bishop to a3 or b4, just keeps this diagonal.
Mm-hmm. And now rook a5, there's bishops, maybe rook a5 and knight e5, something like that. You have to go back here, right? And wow, so many appetizing options. Yeah, I mean, 95. Okay, this is king g7 maybe. But so many options here look good already at this point. But probably the bishop has to be moved, right? Wow.
Or maybe rook c7, carrying knight
Rook
d6.
c7. Mm-hmm. And now, if knight d4, then you still want to go knight c6. Rook c7 seems pretty robust, at least for the moment.
Well, then let me go rook e4.
Double on the h file.
Yes, because if you counter double on the h file, I'll win f7 in the end.
If I counter double as in, but at this point already.
You might not be
able. Oh, you're
able
saying.
No, then I go rook
Yeah, the bishop
h4
rings.
or rook h1. And if you go, you can't even do it. Okay.
Because then the bishop, everything is collapsing. And if you go rook h8 immediately, then I mean, some technique is still required, but white is completely winning, obviously. So this is a potential disaster. Rook e5 is a really nice move.
I still don't like it, I must say. But
what
maybe
do you
it's
feel
just
like
tactically accurate. I just thought knight e5 f4 is
right. No, it does look very.
Somehow.
It does look very awkward because it steals the knight square, but.
Because if I play f4, then I go king f3, g4, then I go e4. You already can't stop f5. I mean, this is the most natural plan, I thought.
Right. I think maybe.
But okay, rook e5 might work. Let's see.
Sergey with 16 minutes now for 17 moves, which is not helping his cause. And I think one more slight inaccuracy and the game might end. By the way, in Carlsen Fedoseev, they are following that line with f5 knight e3. But we'll get to that in a moment. Let's keep an eye on Karjakin in the meantime. All right, I guess we can switch for the moment to the Fedoseev game. And Vishy, I think you were calculating this line, and did you mention queen f3?
Well, I put it on f4. I have no particular reason to not put it on f3, but.
And then just takes. Wow. Complete disaster. Complete disaster for black. Yeah, we had this position.
Okay, Sergey went back knight c6, allowing your rook d7, by the way.
Uh-oh, here we go. All right, now we got to get back to this game. This is a potential. Okay.
So if he sees
I
rook
wonder
d7, then we're in business.
I wonder if this was his initial idea, or if he intended simply rook e4, or you found your move rook e5. I don't know, but he's got to see it. And then the question: how convincing is it? Actually winning, or is it just much better?
Well, it's a pawn and a winning position. So if I take on g6, you cannot stop me taking on f8, I think. And then I still can clear up one on the queen side. I have 2 versus 1, and your king is stuck. Your king and rook will be stuck defending f7. That seems the easiest. Knight f7 might work as well. Let's just, if you put the moves on the board, we'll see. Rook d7.
Mm-hmm.
Knight e5, knight e5. I guess you're going to take on g5. Yeah, because otherwise knight will be g6. So you take. And now I have knight takes f7, first of all. I'm threatening knight g5 check, rook at 7 mate. So you have to take it. So you have to
take that knight.
And then I play rook f7. And then you've got to go king h8 because you don't want to deal with discoveries. And then I go rook takes b7. It's already, I think you cannot defend both pawns. You'll lose one of them.
Right, because a6, rook b6, and a5, rook b5. No, probably not rook b5, but.
Yeah, well, a5, f4, king f3, you know, the usual stuff. It's this has got to be winning.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if Sergey saw rook d7, what he has in mind against it, because it can't be this position.
Maybe
well, it's too easy, right? If you play rook f4, rook e4, I go rook d8, and I've solved a hell of a lot.
Right.
Rook b7 just looks massive.
Wow. So in this position, is there nothing other than bishop takes g5? Yeah, rook c8, knight g6 is decided. Using this pin. No, not that pin. Maybe some trick. But there's nothing. Okay, what about
instead of knight f7, knight into g6 also looks effortlessly winning to me. So rook d7 was very strong.
Mm-hmm.
How about a move like bishop d8?
After?
Rook d7.
I'm trying to go rook c7. Ooh.
Can I go rook back to d5? I mean, let's take a step here. Black played knight b8, so that the rook on d1 could not, the rook on d5 could not go to d7. And now we have accomplished that the rook on d1 jumped over the rook on d5 and landed on d7, essentially. There's no way this is equal. So
yeah, this. But where
maybe
I'll
play rook e4 also, because if you play knight a5, then I can even clamp with bishop d5.
Maybe rook c7 here.
Yeah, takes, and I have to deliver a knockout, which I don't see. But
rook d7 played. Well, I also think
he might play bishop d8. Actually, he might play bishop d8. So let's see. I mean, rook bishop d8. Yeah, sorry, that's one.
It's entirely possible that he has also overlooked this. I mean, I wouldn't rule it out. It seems like Karjakin is kind of reeling from the last couple of moves, and apparently Duda has never beaten Karjakin with white in any format. So this would be a first, and what a first it would be.
Wait. So what about rook e5 to d5?
Okay.
Rook c7 just takes and rook d7. It's over.
Mm-hmm. Just go after this pawn.
If bishop c7.
What are you threatening? You're not threatening anything. So I go knight h4.
Yeah, the f4, right?
And if king up,
f4, then f4.
And if I go now,
maybe there's
knight d8. Somehow black is holding on for dear life here. I feel like in this position, But who knows? Rook f7 almost works in such positions, but no. Yeah, rook d5, bishop c7. Black is now threatening to take, of course, right? Because in the end, there's rook c7.
Mm-hmm.
So white must react to that.
Okay, so bishop d8. What should we play? I mean, there's something to be said for rook b5, just lengthening this 7th rank.
Mm-hmm. b6, induce it.
And then maybe knight e5. Take,
Go
take.
for an ending.
Yeah, just simplify, because if I play f4, you're stuck with this pawn on f7 for the rest of the game.
Yeah, this seems really nice. Sergey continues to think. He's definitely weighing the option of bishop d8 against taking. And if you take, you by force reach that position down a pawn. So I think bishop d8 is definitely the more resilient defensive move, or so it appears.
Probably he missed the rook.
Yeah. One gets that impression for sure, given the amount of time that he's thinking. And as he's thinking, we're going to take this opportunity to go on a quick break. Sergey Karyakin has his back against the wall firmly. Jan-Krzysztof Duda is very, very close to winning the World Cup. The suspense is on. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few with more World Cup action. You're watching the finals. Welcome back to the FIDE World Cup. You're watching finals game 2. The games are well underway, and we might have 2 decisive results today. And if Duda is able to convert this big advantage, he will emerge the World Cup winner. Let's quickly check into the Carlsen game against Fedoseev. A couple of things have happened. Magnus going for queen f3, and Vishy, you were proposing queen f4, and Fedoseev taking on f5.
Yeah, well, I realized that after knight f5, I don't need to take on f5. I can play d5. And so maybe that was Magnus's point. So maybe queen f3 is good for that reason. So because if you go knight takes g3, I can interpolate d6. And if my queen had been on f4, then you would have knight e2 check. So that's the difference.
Can I go rook d6 here?
Ooh. e6, bishop d6.
Rook f d1.
Nah, but it's not worth allowing. Yeah, then you have actually rook d6.
Right.
So then what do you want? Maybe you just want to take on f5.
Maybe d6 here.
Okay, also, knight f1, I guess.
By the way, Magnus has taken on f5, so.
Oh, okay.
So he's decided. And here, I'm not entirely sure if Fedoseev should take with the bishop. Perhaps taking with a pawn.
No, yeah. The difference here is you have ef5 because after d5 you can actually take on e5, whereas with the queen on f4 you could. That was my reasoning.
So, and that's actually
after ef5 he might just be playing some quiet move like rook e1.
But he's played bishop f5 instantly, and Magnus has responded with d5.
What can I tell you?
That's a bit surprising. Does he have an idea though on this position? Is he cooking something up?
Also he could be disappointed in his position for so long. You're not thinking that rationally. You're just making some moves and things. So,
right, particularly against
position
Magnus.
for a while.
Right. And
a move like c4 here.
And if bishop b4, then bishop b6, bishop c. No, but yeah, bishop b6. Oh, look at this. Bishop b6 or f2 maybe.
Yeah, and bishop c5, then no, then you can't play
then,
no, but then you play
because
bishop c5 and d6 and you're winning. Yeah, so rook f2.
Okay. Rook f2, bishop c5.
Oh no, d6 doesn't win. Sorry, there's a pawn on c4. I forgot. I can't play. I was going to jump and play bishop takes e6 and use the pin.
Oh,
there's a pawn on c4 now.
No, but maybe g4 immediately. I agree.
G6.
G6.
Yeah. GF, and I get a rook.
Establishing.
Yeah, I get a rook on G8. I should be somewhat happy, I think, with this.
Really cool idea. And but maybe I should take.
Yes, but then bishop takes.
Queen f6.
You're forking my rooks. Okay.
And somehow I don't go for your bishop at all. But okay, this
so
does
G6 doesn't work. What does
rook d5?
Yeah, it seems to be winning somehow.
So this is after d5 c4. Currently Fedoseev is thinking in this position. There's some stuff going on here. The game is not over. Could bishop b6 be played?
Yeah, maybe bishop b6 first.
And if I go, assuming I believe you and I go bishop c4, what are you doing exactly?
I was thinking of
d5.
Dare I say, wait a minute, maybe rook d5. But bishop d5, c4, rook f2.
Yes.
No, this doesn't work. I forgot about rook f2. Otherwise, of course, queen h4.
I mean, you could play e d5, but then I go queen takes f5, d takes c4, e6, and that's going to be curtains.
Yep. I'm just going to worm your way in, for example, to g6 and pre-move.
I mean, I would even play rook a1 or rook a1 and
just. What about queen h4 first, maybe?
That is awkward. D6 now. D6 wins.
D6.
Maybe bishop
Fe6, and I don't have bishop takes E6. Again, I'm walking into this. But
or
now G4 wins.
maybe take
But bishop E6. That's what you were going to say, Ifan. Sorry.
Oh, that is lovely.
So maybe queen on f4 is better because there's no more this queen h4 check most of the
I
time.
told you so.
Right. That's the line.
I told you so.
Bishop B6 is a nasty little move, and somehow this king on G1 experiences discomfort. He's done it. Uh-oh. Watch this match go into a tiebreak. What to do with white? Can white prophylactically play rook f2?
Well, what about
Same
G4? What about G4? Then bishop D3, D6, C4 check is your problem, right?
Bishop D3.
And if D6 does C4 check.
And okay, so in this position, I can also go D6, but then again C4.
Yeah. D6
Not-
and then C4 check and queen D7, but it should be winning for white anyway.
Oh, I don't have king moves.
Yeah.
Man, there's got to be something in this position though with white. Rook, maybe just rook f2.
Wait, Karjakin just blundered.
Whoa.
Rook takes
Nothing.
D8 is resigns.
What?
Am I
No, but-
missing something? Did he play knight A5?
Bishop-
Well, and even
bishop
bishop D5. He didn't take on D8.
What? No way.
I mean, rook
What?
D5 is just handshake. Rook D8 is handshake, yeah?
Did he not go rook takes d8? I cannot believe this. He's gone bishop d5. I mean, it's probably still winning.
Wait, but if I play A6, how are you winning? I just rook B1, rook B4, rook B1. Yeah, rook B4 and rook F4. Okay, it's still winning, but.
But can you believe that?
No, but if I go rook after bishop D5, if I go rook C7, you will take on. No, you can't then. Wait, just put it for 1 second. Rook C7 after bishop D5. If you take on D8 and you take on A5, now I play B6 and A6 and I win your bishop on D5.
But I can't wrap my head around how you can not take on d8 here.
Yeah.
It's literally, I mean, I don't usually say this, but it is incredibly obvious. This is insane. Rook c7 has been played.
But sure, that is what happened. I mean, there were no moves that added in queen.
Yeah, because sometimes that happens in the transition. Perhaps we can confirm because
Okay.
something's
Duda is still winning. He can play bishop takes F7 check now, and it's still over. So there is no harm done. He can play bishop takes F7 now. It's over.
It appears that is indeed what happened. We are going to.
I mean, his
Verify.
position is that good that he doesn't even need to play the winning moves.
Yeah, this happened. Knight a5.
And he
Okay.
didn't play rook d8. Okay.
And let me just show really quickly why. So rook takes d8. If rook takes d8, then you take the knight and it's over. And if knight takes b3, then of course you take the rook on f8 with check, and then the knight on b3 is lost. So I wonder if Duda has realized it.
Well, actually, after after bishop d5, it was Karjakin who went down like this. So it's almost like he saw it a second later and he thought, oh my God, I've survived that, rather than Duda seeing it yet.
Right.
But I think bishop f7 check is still winning, so there is no problem here.
So bishop f7, king g7.
Yes, and then rook takes c7,
7.
and then bishop, I don't know, e6.
Yeah.
Bishop d5 is winning. I mean, and knight d4 is coming, so it's just game over.
Right. Well, bishop b6 maybe.
Then I go knight e5 and I go f4.
Oh, okay. back to the original. Yeah, and then g6 is gonna fall. No, this is winning completely.
I mean, I thought this position was good with an f7 pawn, but if you remove the f7 pawn, it's getting awesome.
Yeah, and Duda, with plenty of time, he played instantly this move, bishop d5, which is It's not something you see very often. There he goes. Bishop F7.
But he's taking bishop F7, so it's okay. It's good he paused now because.
Yeah, he sort of gathered himself, and
yeah,
there comes the pawn. And well, barring a miracle, we are going to see Jan-Krzysztof Duda winning this game and becoming the World Cup champion. And he will be the first Pole to make it to the candidates, I believe. Which is
but he did that 2 days back. So.
Right, that is true. That is true. And
but
then Carlsen,
I mean, to win the World Cup is still a badge of honor, and that's huge what he did. So.
Oh yeah.
And rather cunningly, he beat Karyakin in the second game, because beating him in the first doesn't seem to be enough. But
right, as Sam Shanklin can report. And back to Fedoseev. And a resignation, simply resigned. I mean, it is lost completely.
So we do not have a tiebreak tomorrow.
And Jan-Krzysztof Duda has had an absolutely incredible run. And he wins the World Cup with just a incredibly smooth effort. What a performance. I'm astounded. He might have missed rook takes d8, but that does not detract in the least. He beats Magnus, he beats Karjakin. And
Karjakin in regular games, so that's quite something.
Right. And the confidence of drawing with black, he didn't seem to be in trouble essentially a single time this tournament. What an incredible performance by the young man from Poland. He's had such an amazing chess career, and this result portends many, many more successes in the future. Huge congrats. Jan-Krzysztof Duda is the winner of the 2021 FIDE World Cup. Now we have one game still going. Magnus against Fedoseev, and I think Magnus has potentially botched it a little bit. Let's see. This is the position on the board. It seemed a lot more winning earlier. I don't know what to make of this position. Is this still winning? Rook F2, Rook F1, maybe?
Black knight G4.
Oh, Bishop G4?
Yeah, if rook F2.
Yep. And let's say Queen E4. Maybe you can just start collecting.
H5, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, of course, this should be winning rook F1. And no, I mean, this is.
How about G6, preparing bishop F5?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe already some tactics.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff here. I feel like, oh, you know what there might be? Here. No, forget it. I was going to suggest some crazy queen sack, but man, it just looks like something's got to manifest itself. I can even take on F7, maybe. Yeah, maybe rook F7. And after rook F7, king F7.
Yeah, it's way.
With staircase
queen
space.
jog, yeah, you're going to queen C8, D7. Yeah. And then claim that bishop E6 wins.
No, it's made. I think it's made. Because what you do is you go there.
And then go queen E8 check. Okay, brilliant.
And then E6, yeah. Wow. This is exactly how the game is going to end. So we went pretty far. Yet, right? No, they're only after rook D7. Magnus has really been sluggish in this game. He's got about 11 minutes for 10 moves. So, but I guess it's quite easy to play here with white. Just double the rooks, and eventually something is going to give.
Yeah,
so
rook A2 or rook F2?
Well, still thinking is Magnus. He doesn't seem too happy as to how things unfolded here.
Yeah. But you look at control, so it doesn't matter.
Right. Still trying to find the most precise continuation. Yeah, I mean, at some point, I think this queen f4 moment was actually crucial. Queen f4 was probably winning quite a bit more quickly, but of course, this
But I
still
think, as you
keeps.
pointed out, I mean, rook a2 or rook f2 now still doesn't spoil anything. So
Yeah, it's winning. I don't really understand why Magnus is.
or maybe he can
hesitating
even
so much
play
in front.
a4 here, a4 and a5 and a6 and open up the thing to c6, the queen. You'll go a, yeah, okay. And
But
I
also
still
this
don't have a way
fixes
forward.
this fixes the pawn, so maybe this is good independently.
Yes.
So something Magnus is really like, he is taking a very long think. He's below 10 minutes. And he's just not making a decision here. There he goes. I think it's gonna be rook f2. Queen e2. He wants to sack on f5, I think. And something Fedoseev
Yes,
is surprised at this move.
if bishop g4, what does he do? Queen e4?
I suppose so.
And after queen f5, queen h5, he'll go what? Rook f4?
Yeah. And that's kind of similar to what we looked at.
Yes, but the obvious question is why not rook a2 or rook f2, and then after bishop g4, you go to e4 straight away?
Right.
Why was he
Why
afraid
move
of
the
bishop
queen
e4
first?
or something?
Bishop e4.
Also, what about queen g4 here? How bad is it exactly? Queen e2, queen g4, let's say.
Mm-hmm. Takes there. Yeah, I don't know. Queen e2 is a very odd move. I mean, of course, it's Magnus, but it's still an odd move.
Yeah.
Can he take? But then bishop g4, bishop h5, and black starts untangling. There he goes. I think he's going to go queen g4. I think Magnus missed it. He's just grimacing. Yeah, the technique here has not been great for Magnus.
I mean, at least that's the impression it gives, right?
Right. Queen e2. I cannot wrap my head around that move. It just seems like in this particular instance, he's playing for sort of one move threats.
What is the one move threat of queen e2? You mean rook f5? Okay.
Rook f5. Yeah.
I forgot it for a second.
Yeah, but and queen g4, there it is. In fact, yeah. Wow. So what exactly does white even do here? How does white preserve an advantage?
How about turning to the end game, like takes rook f4?
Bishop h5.
Yeah, I was thinking something like rook f1.
Then I can play maybe g5, or am I just asking for a sack only? Or I play bishop g6, then I play h5, then I try to get h4. It's an extra pawn, that's all. I mean, there's 2 extra pawns. It's got to be worth something.
Apparently, rook takes f5 is winning. Anyway.
After queen g4.
Yep.
I considered that, but I wasn't sure after queen e2, bishop e2, ef5 how strong it was. But you just go back and you continue as if nothing happened, right?
I guess it's just totally winning. Yeah.
Okay. No, I was thinking of that, but it didn't feel very real. So.
Yeah, I'm sure. I think Magnus notices this, but I wonder if he's going to go for it because, again, he doesn't want this going to tiebreak. On the other hand, is white really even risking in a position like this? I don't think.
No, not really.
He is. No. I think he's going to do it. I mean.
So maybe bishop g4 better than queen g4. Talking from black's perspective.
There it is.
Okay,
no hesitation. And one very important detail is after rook f5, queen e2, bishop e2, c4, you have rook f2. So black can't even get. Well, even if without it, it would be winning, but just something to point out.
Detail, yeah.
And if queen f5, then rook f1 is accelerating even black's demise. Yeah, this will be over in just a couple of moves, it seems. And yeah, queen f5. There's rook f1. And if queen g5, for example, I guess bishop d2 sends the queen away. Say it again, Yifan? Sorry.
Queen f3. I mean, any moves, basically.
Yeah. Oh, he does take. I think Vladimir wants to see this game end, maybe. And yeah, this is just completely winning. But what is the knockout blow idea? So you were saying you find here, 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 and now rook f3.
No, I said queen f3.
Oh, queen f3, sorry. I'm losing my mind. And yeah, it's total paralysis. Is the threat to play bishop b5 maybe simply the threat? Although again, you have to watch your c4. Magnus is about to move, bishop d2. He wants that queen out of there. This might simply be resigns very, very shortly. Because if the queen has to move, then white's queen maybe moves into g4.
Yeah, very similar to yesterday's game. I mean, talking about mentioned that half piece down, but no counterplay at all.
Wow. Yeah, we saw some other very nice exchange stack this tournament. I'm trying to remember in an earlier round, but I'll think about that. So if queen h4, I guess rook f4 is the idea. And if queen d8, Vishu, do you think queen g4 is the fastest, or is there something?
Oh, queen g4 looks huge because you can, the queen wants to be there the whole time, because then I can even go rook f3, g3. I can go bishop e1, bishop h4. There's so many nice ideas. So after bishop d2, if you go queen h4, I guess I'm going to play rook f4, kick it out, and then go queen g4, and I can always regroup.
Right.
Suddenly it looks effortless. I feel that nonetheless he should have taken on e2 and have taken on f5, and if that's lost, it's lost. But leaving the queens on the board doesn't seem to help black.
No. This Fedoseev might simply resign
as well.
Because against Magnus, you are not surviving this. And oh, and there's really cool lines that happen. There's fireworks after something like rook f6, king h7. I was just entertaining myself with rook h6.
Queen g6 check, yeah, queen g6 check.
Oh,
that's even more
beautiful. But takes here.
Bishop e6
here.
And rook f7.
Rook f7. Rook f7. Yeah, this is slightly winning. Wow, that's beautiful. Queen g6, and if king g8, you can probably.
Well, I can take on e6.
You don't have to do anything. There's no threat.
I take on e6 with the rook.
Oh, wait, but I take.
Then I go rook f6 check. And
wow.
No, then you actually have rook f6. Okay, then I go rook takes f7. But anyway, okay, we were having fun.
King h7. Yeah, Magnus has gone queen g4. And we are expecting resignation any second. Another fun line.
Play rook f6. Let's see if.
Well, what does black do? I mean, I thought rook h7. And Jan-Krzysztof Duda, we need to just remind everybody, he has been unbeaten in the entire World Cup. And believe it or not,
tiebreak, nothing. Yeah, wow. That is amazing.
Not in a loss in a tiebreak, and that was only repeated 3 times. Kamsky in 2007, Svidler in 2011, and Kramnik in 2013 were also unbeaten. I'm surprised that's happened more times than I thought. And Jan-Krzysztof Duda joins a very elite list of names who have remained unbeaten. Tie breaks, classical. Oh, a6 played. That's exactly what Fedoseev does. Will Carlsen resist rook g6? Rook f6 rather. Or will he play Magnus move rook f3? You've got to play rook f6 though, right?
Also, rook f6, there's a problem with rook takes d6, right? So you might not want to go there.
That is a missable tactic, though. But not by Magnus, of course. Can you play bishop e6? No, I guess not. The eval bar doesn't like it. No, I guess patience is.
You can play bishop e6, queen e6, queen g6, and then e6. But then I would like my bishop on c3 to start with rather than d2. But
right,
maybe winning anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, I wonder what the fast.
Why rook f7?
There's even bishop e1, bishop h4, but then queen g5. Huh. Somehow it's not. Amazingly, not quite as easy as I would have liked, as one would think, but of course it's.
Yeah,
rook f7 also.
Yeah.
Rook f7, and now queen e6. And now back it in with queen g6, not queen f6, but queen g6. No, this is over, I think.
Queen g6.
Or?
Like d7.
What about queen e7?
Sure.
I think that's even more convincing. Check this line out here. And now I was thinking e6, but no, what am I saying? Where's the win here? Bishop f7, yeah? Queen f7 though. I guess white is in no hurry. We can just chill with queen takes b7. But okay, maybe it's not worth going for. Magnus, he's calculating and he's got 6.5 minutes. Maybe he's not quite seeing anything that he finds convincing enough. Apparently rook f7 is the best.
Well, he must be looking at it, but thinking, well, do I really want to go ahead with that, or can I just make some more quick moves? You know, that's how it goes. Of course, if I had played a4 and a5 and you put your bishop on a7 in the beginning, then now rook f7 would win easily because I could just finish with d7. But I think that's too much for this line. You know what I could do? I could take on f7, take on e6, you go queen f8, and then I just play queen d5, and you have no defense to e6. Or I could play queen g6, and you have no defense to e6 as well.
Right.
I think, in fact, that's the simplest because your king is trapped. So now e6 will crunch.
This is a great, funny position.
Even d7 winning here with the bishop on
d7. Yeah, d7 and
8 and capture the rook.
d7, yeah. Bishop d8, queen e8.
Yeah.
And bishop takes f7, right? And it's over. And queen e8.
He's going to take on f7.
Yes.
Yeah, this game will end very, very soon. But Yifan, we know it's very, very late for you, so we don't want to keep you. So it's entirely your choice. This game might last though for a couple more moves, and you know you have a very tough schedule. So I'll give you the choice, Yifan. We're always happy for you to stay, but don't feel pressured if you have to take off.
Yeah, that's sweet, Daniel. Yeah, but probably I need to run for a bit as it's like 11:10 here.
Of course.
But I'll follow the resort aside. I guess this game will finish very soon.
Yeah, and I think most of it has been decided. But this will mean, of course, that there are no tie breaks tomorrow. And Yifan, it's been an absolute pleasure and an honor to commentate with you all of these days, and all of your insight and professionalism is much appreciated. So I know the fans all appreciate you as well. So thank you, Yifan, for all the commentary. It's been a pleasure. We will go on a quick break, and when we come back, Vishy and I will finish watching as Carlsen most likely will defeat Vladimir Fedoseev to round off this year's World Cup. Thank you, Yifan, and have a great night. And we will be back on the other side of the break.
Thank you, Daniel.
All right, welcome back to the World Cup. And we see Vladimir having taken on f7 with the king. This game about to reach its conclusion. Magnus checking on f5 here. And Vishy, will he go for this, maybe queen g6 and e6? Where is the knockout blow?
No, but
World
then queen
champions.
f6.
So boom, 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 boom. And it's
after
far
queen
from
f6,
clear.
I don't see how he's clinching it.
Right.
Well, that's
so maybe
still
here
strong,
bishop's.
but if, let's say I go
There's no
ed7.
hurry, yeah.
No, ed7, queen takes g6, head g6.
Right.
And I have to go bishop d8 because I can never play h5 otherwise. But after bishop d8, I'm playing h5, h4, and I might bring my rook out that way.
Right. Via h5. It'll survive the apocalypse.
I mean, you can
Wow.
play g4, h5.
I was thinking about that g5.
Or you can play g3, h5, king h2, h4, g4 or something. But I feel you won't be in time anyway. And if I get pawn to
Right.
h3, then there are too many squares for the rook, and it doesn't work. So I'm not sure.
Well, let's see what Magnus does. Queen
if
g6.
this is the way to finish it. Let's see how he finishes.
I think bishop c3, maybe something like unhurried because, or
Yes. So queen g, I can even play, yeah, queen g6, king f8. What?
he's going to repeat to get to move 40.
What move is it now?
It's move 39. So white's about to make his 40th move.
Oh, okay.
And Magnus could play queen g6 check. And he's gotten up. I'm not sure. Or my apologies. No, this is move. Let's see. No, this is move 40 has been played. This is move 41.
Okay.
So probably needed to use the restroom, but somehow one gets the sense that, yeah, we were thinking bishop e6 is much easier. Bishop e6,
Yes.
queen g6, and bishop d7 ends the
Queen
game
g6,
immediately.
bishop d7, and e6. Yeah.
Very surprising that Magnus. Well, I guess he's going. He went for the tempting line. All right.
Yeah, this was the more natural one, but
yeah. By the way, move 40 has been played, and those people thinking that Magnus is only 2 minutes, he does not have only 2 minutes. The way these clocks work, when you come down to 0, when time control is made, 30 minutes is added automatically to both sides. So the clock will come down to 0, and then it will replenish 30 minutes. So that's the definition of sudden. That's the definition of, you know, a move being made. 30 minutes are added to your clock. Okay. So where is the knockout blow? And I guess the first question is, do we give another check on G6? It's not entirely clear. I don't even see what black's threat is here. White just improves his position somehow. Bishop e6, though, there is c4. This is crazy. Like, I actually don't see the direct way to win.
It's somehow, it's not as clinical as you'd expect from Magnus, right?
Right. Yeah, I mean,
he's normally crunching these sort of things, and here it seems that closing it is not that easy for him.
Yeah, he usually doesn't allow this. He doesn't make that kind of imprecision in the critical moments.
I mean, if you think, we go back to G6, Queen G6 check, I think I now have it worked out. So Queen G6 check, King F8, E6, Queen F6, ED7. If you do that line,
okay. Okay, takes, bishop d8.
Yes. King H2.
Okay, so black has only one source of trying to free myself. Oh, I see. Wait a minute. And now?
H5, King H3.
H4.
Or I can throw in A4 if I want. It doesn't matter. But maybe, so King H3, H4, and then I go King G4.
I have to try this, perhaps. And rook H4.
Oh, sorry, I forgot. You actually have cleared a square for your rook. No, then I have to go bishop E2, and then try to slowly basically say that you have no moves ever. And but at some moment, I'll have to collect a pawn on the queen side. And at that moment, your rook will jump. So it's not as clean as I would like. But
or if you can try to dislodge this bishop, I mean, this G5 square is very hard to access somehow.
No, wait. We had it, actually. Somehow I need to get in King G4, H3, Bishop G5, and just wrap it up.
Yes, so but I'll always have, maybe put the bishop on D5.
Because you have H-G2. Otherwise, I'm winning. You have H-G2. But
so that's, maybe that's why I put the bishop here, because let's say
bishop
D5, B5, King G4.
But then rook H5, then rook H5.
At which point? Oh, rook H5. Oh, yeah. I forgot.
Instead of B5.
Oh. Yeah, I forgot that we have to keep the bishop on E2. Wow. It's amazing how relatively not easy this is. And so how does black shuffle?
Yeah, I mean, we're trying to find a mathematical win. I suspect it's just winning, but we're trying to find something mathematical, and that's going to be hard. So.
Right. But where is black in zugzwang here? How does, like, let's say we just move back and forth. And bishop f6, I guess. Or b5. But b5, a4, I mean, something's going to materialize.
Yes. Well, you can play b5. And a4, you play c4.
What if I go bishop e3?
C4.
And oh no, that doesn't work either. Wow. Okay, so I take it. And the idea, by the way, is that bishop c4, then rook h5. Magnus has gone back to g6. This might happen. I was thinking bishop a7, bishop b8, but no, that's completely unrealistic. And we're about to see if Magnus.
Well, at least Fedosev's moves are easy. So
Right. You could just watch Magnus agonize over the decision.
I mean, once you get to this point, you feel relieved because you think, well, you find a win or you don't, but it's not my thing. And
right, black is an easy life here, relatively speaking.
Yeah. No, I feel bad for Fedoseev. He had a good tournament, and his last 3 rounds have been tough. But what can you do?
Very. Yeah. Incredibly enough, so we're back to this position.
Actually, I got it. I go e6, queen f6, take, everything to bishop d8. And then the way to clamp you is bishop e2.
Bishop e2. All right, well, let me embark on.
You have to go there. And then I'm going to bring my king to the queen's side and leave my bishop on g4. That way, that clamp never goes away. So I go king f1. And I'm going to win with my king. And if you play h4, I go bishop g4, and the clamp stays. So the only thing you can do is to play rook h6, but I suspect that should be lost.
And bishop f5.
Because I'll bring my king around, and it'll be winning just somehow.
Yeah. And let's say the black
be winning.
Black is almost in. Oh my goodness, black is in Zugzwang. Do you even need to bring your?
No, black does not have a single move. After h3, gh3, I have my clamp still. Nothing has changed. So now I'll go king e2, king d3, king e2, king d3, and then I'll go king e4, d5 or something.
And then the moment bishop f6 happens, you have this.
Even king d3, I don't see. I mean, I can do it slowly, but of course you're right. I can play king bishop a5.
But anything, yeah, it's incredible. Or if bishop b6, then bishop g5. So either direction results in ruin.
And that's mate because bishop e7, bishop b6 is coming. So.
That is a forced win. So rook h6 has to be tried.
Yeah, and then it's straightforward. You just take. You leave a bishop on f5 or h5, and then you walk the king over, and slowly but surely you'll collect the pawns, and you can still go to c8 after you've cleaned up there.
Right, and the bishop's never in danger. The king can never capture it because of g7, and the pawns are never a serious force to contend with.
There is just no way to hold this. So.
Right. Yeah, Magnus definitely. Yeah, he's got 24 minutes. He's about to move, it seems. There he goes.
Okay, here we are. So bishop e2, g4, and it's game over.
That's a Magnus-like conversion there, going to an endgame, and it seems like it allows chances, but in reality, it's very forcing. After ed7, is black forced to? Yeah.
Check because of queen e8.
Because, right, well, king f1 here, I thought. King f1 is actually important.
Well, it's the only move that doesn't allow.
Right.
But yes.
Right, exactly. Okay, queen f6 played, and here we go. We're about to see all of this.
Actually, it isn't. I can play bishop e3, queen e3, king h2, and I think that's winning.
Wait, in which position?
After queen d4 check, queen f6.
Oh, you can play bishop e3.
Bishop e3, queen e3, and king h2. But okay, this is just showing off. So
that's amazing. You can get up to h3. See when he made this. And there he goes. ed7, queen f6, all of this happens. And Fedoseev for bishop d8. And now, bishop e2 is actually very pretty.
Yeah, I mean, you can start with king f1, h5, bishop e2, but basically h4, bishop g4, and the door is still shut.
Yeah, and the good thing about these positions is that there's very little to calculate once you find the mechanism. Bishop e6, maybe same thing, he wants bishop on g4.
Ah, of course. That's even nicer, yeah. Because the king doesn't even have to waste a move. You can just play king e2, but okay, this is over. So.
Right, Fedoseev wants... Fedoseev will play h5 quickly, but the moment the pawn gets to h4, it's very important to prevent rook h5 with bishop g4. Alternatively, there's many winning ideas there. You could also walk your king up to f5 and go bishop g5, but
Yes.
Magnus will 2-0 Fedoseev, and very convinced. Okay, there were some blips on there, in the conversion, but by and large, I'm very impressed with Magnus's recovery from the Duda match. He really put some passion into this match. One gets the sense, at least. Oh, he knows. He's waiting for the inevitable to happen. There comes h5.
I think once bishop g4 is played, I think he will resign it. So.
Right. King is about to walk up. H4, bishop g4.
Also, it's nice. He didn't even bother with king h2, h3, and all that stuff. He right away he saw that the correct way to do it is with the bishop. So you can see this clarity. Yeah, bishop g4, and I think that's his guy.
Yeah, he's a complete buzz size, Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, he went to pick up a pawn. I thought he was going to stop the clock.
Right. Me too. But no.
For a second,
he faked you out. No, but it's over. I mean, there's nothing. No stalemate tricks. No passed pawns. No moves. And Magnus will probably gain rating from this tournament, at least classical rating. I would imagine.
Sure.
He beat. Let's not forget, he beat
He
Tari.
He is undefeated in the classical, so he shouldn't have lost any rating there.
Well, he 2-0'd Bakro.
He lost. Yeah.
He 2-0'd Bakro. He 2-0'd Tari.
Is that a new verb, Daniel?
2-0. I'm not just a commentator. I'm an inventor of words. 1.5 Wojtaszek. Also, wow. So Magnus actually played incredibly. And then he
it is 1-1 Radek and 1-1 Duda. He only lost ELO points to the Poles.
Right.
And 1-1 with Esipenko as well. So you had 3 tie breaks.
Oh, I thought he beat Wojtaszek in the classical, but no. You're right. You're right. It was a tie break. Yeah. The Polish players really did a number on him. So b5 played by Fedoseev. He's going to drink the cup to its bitter end. And the king is walking up inexorably toward d5. Slouching toward Bethlehem. There it is.
I was thinking of king e3 just to go to e4 directly, but I realized that would be really silly to allow who gets it.
Oh, rook h6, yeah. Please.
Let's say.
Yeah, then the game begins anew. Probably you can still hold the. Or maybe not.
I mean, I can go bishop f5, king e4, and then play bishop g4, kick it, but okay, it'll be quite careless.
Right. Okay, king f3 played.
Yeah.
Time for Vladimir to stop the clock. And Carlsen is gaining, we are being told by Beck, 5.4 ELO points, which for Magnus is, I mean, that's a sizable gain. But crazy for how many games he won. I mean, he beats Fedoseev twice, and he's still only gaining, 5 points.
Yeah.
Can't relate. All right. Maybe B4, but A, B, C, B. No, I'm trying to think about what is Fedoseev even thinking, like why, what is it that he could be aiming for here? He's looking at the clock, like, should I stop it now or the next move? I guess this is before this game is gaining 5. So right about 6 points he's going to be gaining.
But you can imagine I can imagine how Fedoseev feels. You lose, you're doing well, and then you lose the second game of the semis, which means there's no comeback. Then you have a rest day to think about it. And then you lose 2 more. So,
well, then you find out you're playing Magnus, and you find out you have no chance to make it into the candidates because Duda beat Carlsen with black. That's got to be an excruciating moment watching that tiebreak for Fedoseev. Well, of course, he would have had to beat Sergey, but or beat Duda rather, but who has been playing out of his absolutely.
I mean, not like it was a shirt, right?
Right, far from it, given the way Duda has been playing. But Vladimir did have an interesting path. I mean, he didn't play anybody over 2640 before Karjakin, and it doesn't diminish at all from his performance, obviously, but it might have been a jarring. And a funny little stat here. All these moves, 48 moves in, and Fedoseev's rook on h8 hasn't moved yet. And White made sure of that by putting the bishop on g4.
What's that?
Apparently, Fedoseev's rook on h8 has not moved the entire game.
Okay.
Like it's sit on h8. Never a great sign. Okay, Magnus is going to play king e4.
Yeah.
Slightly dragging.
And then king e4, a5, king d3
A5.
keeps it simple, and that's it. King
But
d3, and then
resigns. And I think Fedoseev simply resigned without awaiting Magnus's next move. And the World Cup 2021 is over. The last move is king e4. Magnus Carlsen, the world champion, is the third place winner. And in a stellar, it would be an understatement, a superb, one should say, performance by the world champion that is not reflected in, the expectations that are always put in front of him. But if you think about his actual results, they were very impressive. He once again reaffirms that he is in great form. He is capable of defeating virtually any super GM on demand. But Jan-Krzysztof Duda, that man just played a 3-week period of incredible chess. And it was incredible chess all around. As we take a look at the bracket, this was an epic progression through all of the GMs. You can see how many strong players were knocked out. MVL, Karjakin, Fedoseev, Carlsen, Bakro, Esipenko. The World Cup is just an insane tournament. And to win it in the way that Duda did without losing a single game, well, you got to take your hat off. So impressive, Ishi. I'm stunned by Duda's performance.
sure.
It's something to behold. And as we see, Fedoseev, he is very gracious. He's smiling, but obviously it's never easy to, as you said, in a tournament like this. But what a tournament it has been. So many ups and downs and upsets. And everything anybody could have asked for. And there's always this weird moment when a tournament like this ends. It goes on and on and on. The suspense is building. And then it all sort of ends. That's how it happens. We're going to go on a quick break. But please do not go anywhere, because we may or may not have a very special guest for you. So stay with your seatbelts fastened. We will be right back. And perhaps some awesome stuff is still ahead. So don't go anywhere yet. We'll be right back. we are back as the World Cup winds down. The last moves have been played. Vishy, it has been an absolute pleasure and a great honor to commentate with you and hear your insights. And I know I speak for not just myself, but the tens of thousands of fans who really delight in hearing all of your incredibly astute observations and thoughts. So I know it's late for you. It's probably dinner time. And it's been a great pleasure, Vishy. So thank you very much. And
thank you. I enjoyed the broadcast with you, and just how impressed I am with Duda's performance. I mean, it's one thing to watch it day by day, but it's another thing to look back and realize he was undefeated in every single format. In fact, how many tie breaks did he have? Only one, right?
Well, I think only the one against Carlsen, it appears.
Yeah,
and maybe one against MBL.
So such a dominant performance. Oh, Grishuk as well. Sorry,
Grishuk, yeah. But still,
yes,
pretty incredible stuff.
Yeah, that is huge. So, just a phenomenal performance, and obviously he'll be an incredible candidate.
Oh, absolutely. And I do have a question to ask of him on your behalf, but for now, Michelle, I'll let you go. Thanks again for being here and for your commentary. It's an honor.
Thanks.
And hopefully you join us again soon. Bye, Vishy. All right. And okay. So yeah, it really is such a delight to have Vishy in the commentary booth. He offers so many insights and reminds us that this is a great time to be a chess fan and a great time to be a consumer of chess entertainment. And I certainly can't complain. I have courtside seats. So it is an honor indeed to have five-time world champion Vishy offering his insights day in and day out. Now, don't go anywhere, because we might have Jan-Krzysztof Duda at the very least in for an interview, and we'll be updating you on that as time goes by, and I might be taking a look at some of the games. So we have one more look at the bracket here. We see how many hurdles Jan-Krzysztof Duda, JKD, that is going to enter the common vocabulary, how many hurdles he had to jump through. He had to beat Grishuk in the tie breaks. Of course, he had to beat Magnus Carlsen. He beat the world champion, and still that wasn't enough. He had to beat Sergey Karjakin, the challenger of the world championship title. And he beat him too. Today's game was a dominant performance. Karjakin never loses like this with black, and yet that's what great players do. Players who break into the very elite, they make other elite players look like, I don't want to say amateurs, but they make it look easy. I think that's the best way of putting it. So what an incredible performance by Duda. It can't be repeated enough. And obviously he's incredibly humble. He's gracious, and he's got all of the ingredients of an amazing player. As we take a look at some of the mouthwatering prizes, and Jan-Krzysztof Duda will be taking home a staggering $110,000, well, minus tax, of course, but nonetheless, such an impressive payday for Duda. Of course, what's worth a lot more, what's priceless for him, is the ticket to the candidates tournament. Trust me on this, he is a lot prouder of that than he is of the prize, but the prize certainly does not hurt. A cool $80,000 collected by Sergey Karjakin, and Carlsen was $60K, and Vladimir Fedoseev $50,000. A very, very nice performance by him as well, even if the conclusion was, of course, quite disappointing. And I think we can take a quick look here. I don't know why I say we, but perhaps the chat and we can take a look at this final game that Duda played, the clutch win against Sergey Karjakin, which was so smooth, so clean in its execution. And we saw this Tarash, which has become really, really popular lately, the C5, CD5, CD4. And immediately things started going a little bit astray for Sergey. Rook D1, we saw knight C6, queen A4. Of course, Karjakin drew Fedoseev very, very confidently in this line. So perhaps he thought that this too would be a relatively quick and confident draw. And to me personally, the turning point came here. Yifan and I were expecting Jan-Krzysztof to castle. And the one game that featured in this line continued a6, bishop c6, bc, and black is completely fine here. I mean, maybe a tiny advantage for white, but not more than that. But Duda, very fearlessly, he goes bishop f6 and knight d5. Super concrete decision. It doesn't look that great if you look at this at first. Opposite colored bishops. White's king is as yet uncastled. But it turns out after white castles that black's pieces are kind of scattered all across the board. The bishop is awkward. Black has to waste the tempo improving the position of the bishop. The queen on, and actually king e2. My apologies. Of course, we were expecting Duda to castle, but instead he fearlessly goes up to e2. But all of the observations hold. The bishop is awkward. The queen on b6 is misplaced. It's potentially susceptible to attack. We have a 7th rank here that the rook can occupy. And all of these factors put together make it a little bit difficult for black to defend. They make the air a little bit thicker. And after bishop f6, Duda calmly doubles rooks. Rook a to c8. Karjakin tries to reinforce the knight on c6. And another excellent move, bishop c4. This is a move that is so easy to gloss over. All right, just retreating the bishop. What's so great about it? Well, first of all, it's prophylactic. It stops knight b4 because of rook b5 winning the knight. Second of all, it's forward thinking. Duda realizes that that pawn on f7, that's the pawn he captured to win the game. This is actually, in a sense, a move that contributed directly to the fact that he won the game. Rook d7 becomes a pretty serious threat. Perhaps Sergey could have defended better here. It's always easy to criticize when you've got the engine turned on. The engine suggesting weird moves like knight d8 or a6. None of them are easy to play. But still, white is a pretty clear edge. Instead, Sergey going queen b4. He was banking on this resource. And he thought that after queen takes, knight takes, well, here white is in massive trouble. The bishop on c4 is lost. And if you don't take on b4, it doesn't seem like you have too many other moves. But in comes queen b3, trading only on white's own terms. Queen takes b3. The bishop escapes the x-ray of the rook, and white preserves all of his advantages here in the endgame. Doubled rooks. Rook is inevitably coming to d7. Or not so inevitably. Sergey said, no, you're not coming to d7, but at what cost? Now look at how passive this knight is. In comes the g-pawn. Duda keeps his foot on the gas pedal. g4, h6. There were a couple of junctures here at which we thought Sergey could have defended more accurately. Perhaps bishop c3 was a better chance here, keeping things a little bit more open. Bishop e7 yielded the e5 square. We all thought that Duda would occupy with the knight, but instead he occupies it with the rook. One of many, many amazing moves that JKD played in this tournament. It's very concrete. It doesn't look great. Looks like it falls right into knight c6. But what does this allow? Well, the knight no longer defends d7. Rook on e5 is hanging. I don't care. In comes the rook, rook d7. Look at the exquisite quality of play in this game. If knight e5 and after knight takes e5, white's pieces, despite being down in exchange in the endgame, they overwhelm black's badly coordinated passive forces. If the bishop moves, then you take on f7 and the knight and everything collapses. The threat of discovered check and mate forces black to give up the exchange, and white mops up all of the pawns. That doesn't work. Sergey, very strong move, bishop d8, but rook b5. Duda does not let up. He attacks b7. Knight a5 is a decisive blunder. More defensive chances were probably yielded by b6, but let's be real. I don't think Sergey would have held this position, Minister of Defense or not. After knight a5, perhaps a little bit of anxiety, a little nervousness. Rook takes d8 was a mutual blind spot. This would have ended the game immediately. But Jan-Krzysztof's bishop d5 was definitely good enough as well. Rook c7, trying to get this pesky rook off of d7. But guess what? Now the bishop on d8 is poorly defended, and bishop takes f7 is a classic deflection combination. King g7, bishop c7, bishop rook c7, bishop c7, and after bishop d5, bishop b6, knight e5. Or I think Sergey resigned after bishop d5. Not only is white up a pawn, but black's entire position collapses here. The pawn on g6, unfortunately, is on a light square, which means it's very easy to attack with a combination of bishop e4 and knight h4. The knight on a5 is out of the game. White's got a massive pawn majority here. Too many threats. The position is completely winning for white. And Sergey decided not to prolong the game, stopping the clocks, congratulating Jan-Krzysztof Duda as the FIDE World Cup champion. So what an incredible game, 30 moves. Sergey Karjakin does not lose a lot of games in 30 moves. And so our two FIDE World Cup champions, Duda and the FIDE Women's World Cup champion, let's not forget Alexander Kosteniuk, another epic performance. those two would have a lot to share about their mentality, about their resolve, the tenacity, and they both had their unique paths. But for Duda, the path consisted of some incredible opening preparation, exquisite technique. All chambers were filled every single match for JKD as he walks home with over 100K and a ticket to the candidates. And he's been around for a while. I think it would be unfair to say that this comes all of a sudden. He springs up out of the woodwork. Absolutely not. Duda has been over 2,700 for a while. He's still in his early 20s though. So it's one of those things where he keeps accumulating experience. He keeps making improvements. And at some point, it just seems like something switched on. And he's added a little bit of spice to his game. He's added a little bit of that technical incisiveness. And perhaps that's what he needed. That's what you need. Those small incremental improvements propel you past 2,750 and beyond. But let's not take sight of Magnus Carlsen. Duda beat Magnus, but Magnus nonetheless rebounding with an exquisite effort against Vladimir Fedoseev. And in my opinion, today's game against Fedoseev was excellent, but it seemed that Vladimir was demoralized. He didn't get off on the right foot right out of the opening. But yesterday's game was something else. And I'll just show one more moment from that game before coming back to JKD and perhaps his best win of the tournament. Yesterday, Magnus played a King's Indian against Fedoseev, who essayed this H4 line. And my favorite part of yesterday's game just shows you why the world champion is the world champion. This position looks like White's got a pretty big clamp on Black's position. Nice center. Pawn on A5, stopping Black from getting the queen to B6. Boom, F5. Magnus fearlessly opening up the position. And after Rook A3, Knight E5, Bishop E3, F4, sacking the pawn. Developing. Rook takes F4, sacking in exchange. This will go straight into some Soviet-style textbooks. Bishop H6, Queen G3, Queen F8, Russian School of Chess, controlled dark squares. And look at the paralysis exerted by Black's queen, Black's bishop, which control the F4 square, not allowing White to play F4, dislodging the knight from E5. And Carlsen went on to win an excellent, genius positional game. There were so many moments to talk about here. This game will be analyzed and reanalyzed as it should be. But for Jan-Krzysztof Duda, the game that he himself called his best game of the tournament, and I think he even referred to it as the best game of the year for him. And when you look at the game carefully, you see exactly why he referred to it that way. It was indeed an absolutely exquisite effort. And I'm talking, of course, about his game with Vidit, grandmaster from India. Vidit is one of the strongest Indian grandmasters. He's a monster, an absolute monster. And the way Duda dismantled him has to be admired by everybody, including Vidit fans. And Vidit's incredibly nice. He's got a very bright future ahead of him as well. 27-26, what a beast. What happened in that game? Well, it was Arai Lopez. And again, a case of excellent opening preparation by Duda. Vidit is one of the strongest opening theoreticians of the modern day. He doesn't get a lot of credit for that, but having looked at some of Vidit's game, I think his opening preparation is among the best in the business. But they play this Archangel variation, which has been very, very topical. I'll skip over the opening moves. It's just important to point out that this pawn is not hanging because Bishop D5 forks the knights. This is all common theory. And here after Bishop B3, already Black can grab the pawn because the knight on C6 is protected. But Duda enters this super sharp line, D5, Bishop E3, DC, Knight F2, Queen E2, clearly opening preparation. And somewhere around this moment, Vidit either forgot or he didn't analyze deeply enough, but whatever it was, Knight F2 check was a mistake. After Rook F2, there's a mass liquidation. Lots of tactics. Knight takes C5 comes, exposing an attack against F7. Bishop takes G2, counter sacrifice by Vidit. And look at this move, King G1, not taking the bishop either way. Queen takes G2 would be bad on account of Queen H4 check, leading to a perpetual. King takes G2 would allow Queen G5 check. Why is that dangerous? Because now already Black can take the knight. And Black has the D8 escape score for the king, rendering this check entirely futile. And it turned out that after King G1, Queen F6 is forced, this leads by force into an endgame where after rook takes f7, bishop f7, king f7, we have a situation of knight against 3 pawns. Looks like it's anybody's game. We've got 2 passed pawns on the king side. 3 pawns for a knight is a lot, particularly in the endgame. And the way Duda converted this endgame should be studied by both beginners and grandmasters alike. It was exquisite technique. And I don't have nearly enough time to go over all the intricacies of this endgame, but I'll just show some of the key points. He centralizes his knight, king g7. The knight swings around to f2. He's bringing it to d3 and to b4, and he's going right after that pawn on a6. That pawn doesn't look all that good. That pawn doesn't look all that important, and yet that's the pawn Duda is hunting for. Knight d3, knight b4. He doesn't care about any of the other pawns. And rook to a1, such patience. Knight takes a6 is a lot worse because of rook a2 stopping the pawn from behind. But Duda goes rook a1, excellent calculation. And after c5, knight takes a6, b4, knight takes b4. Buying himself time, the knight leaves a6 to pave open the pathway for the pawn. And this was the product of excellent calculation by Jan-Krzysztof Duda. a6, bc, a7, c2, a8. It looks like black plays rook b1 check, and black promotes as well. And black's up 3 pawns, but of course, what's important in these positions, it's who is to move. It's white to move, the king is wide open, and Duda comes after him like a tiger out of its cage. Queen f8, rook e7. There was a lot of excellent calculation involved here, skewering the queen. But rather than just taking the queen, Duda goes for more. Queen b7, ladder, queen a7. And after king b5, queen b8, it's checkmate on the next move. Had Vidit played king b4 here, Duda would have gone queen b6, and it's the same thing after rook a7, 8. And what's even more important is after king a3, which was technically more resilient, the win here comes in the form of, and let me try to actually remember what the win is. It's check here, and then another check on b5. And after king a2, it's rook to a7 check, forcing queen a3. Black is overextended. White takes on a3 and plays queen takes b1 and wins the game. What a delightful game. I didn't nearly do it enough justice. I skipped over a lot of the subtleties, but I really feel like this was the turning point. And by the way, I will properly express my appreciation for the chat and the massive audience at the end, but this, the amount of people watching really makes it magical. And I am looking at the chat, so if anybody has questions that you would like to ask Duda, that you would like me to ask Duda, I might consider it if I think the question is worthwhile. So, and even if I don't get a chance to ask it, I think airing out your questions, maybe I could tackle some of them, well, on Duda's behalf, because I totally know what it's like to win the World Cup. But if you have any comments or any particular things that you observed in Duda's play, that's some insight which I would love to hear as well. Who is your favorite streamer and why is it Bigfoot? Well, it's yeah, that leaves a lot of room for choice. Who won 3rd place? So 3rd place was secured by former world champion, by current world champion, Magnus Carlsen. Let's take a quick look at the bracket. If you're just joining, today's 3rd place match between Carlsen and Fedoseev concluded in another win for Magnus. He wins 2-0, and the final match is won by Jan-Krzysztof Duda, who wins a clutch game today. There will be no tie breaks tomorrow. And these tournaments come to an end. Yeah, there's just this sense of, this has almost gone on for a month. And there were usually there's 128 players at the start. It was a weird number this time. Not a catchy number, but wow, 206 men. Bigfoot is telling me, and 103 women. And that is just a tremendous amount of players. And using the chess.com/events page, and no, I'm not trying to sell anybody on anything, but it is how I am able to view who was playing in the tournament. One thing that you can do is you can scroll all the way down, and you can literally see all of the matchups here. Have you forgotten that Mamedjarov played in this tournament? Vladislav Artemiev, Evgeny Bareev, Aryan Tari, Wojciech, Daniel Dubov, Jordan Van Forest. All of these players also played in the World Cup. Grishuk. That is who, not personally necessarily, but Duda had to overcome all of them. Anton Korobov, Tomaszewski. So many players over 2,700. It was just a minefield that you had to dodge round after round after round. And does Duda think Magnus regrets giving him the ride so that he doesn't miss the game with FIDE? That was the actual turning point. The actual turning point was Duda making his game. And so therefore he was able to play and win. And Magnus should have retroactively taken it back, or maybe asked for his money back. At least give me a little bit of a tip. Wow. What an incredible performance. And I'm just going to look over the chat here to see if anybody has interesting questions. Even if I don't answer them, I could just air them out. And of course, I do remember when Duda won the Under-10 World Youth in 2008. That is one which I can offer my insight into. When I was playing the Under-14 World Youth Chess Championship in 2008, if I remember correctly, Duda did win the Under-10 section that year. And I did an informal study a couple of years ago where I checked how many winners of World Youth Chess Championships under various categories ended up becoming GMs. And the percentage is actually staggering. The percentage is definitely well over 50%. And Duda is, of course, a sign of who these players often become. He was a prodigy. He was a GM very, very early, and he's just continued going up from there. And another very interesting stat from our production team here, a total of 599 games were played in the open section of the 2021 FIDE Cup. 599 games were contested in that playing hall in Sochi. And looking over some of these earlier games, we remember Fabiano Caruana played in the World Cup. He got knocked out by Rinat Jumabayev. And I think that's one of the things that makes this tournament the hardest, is precisely the fact that these are 2-game matchups. Anything can happen in 2 games. I think somebody made that point. Veselin, I think, made that point. Where no matter how good you are, you might be Fabi playing against 2,400, or, Aronian playing against somebody, or Mamedyarov. You make one mistake in one of the games, you lose, and then you're playing a decent GM. It's pretty easy to fail to win on demand. Although we did see a lot of winning on demand. That's what makes upsets so common in a tournament like this. And Ali Reza, he succumbed to Jawahir Sindarov, who was absolutely on fire early in the tournament. Man, if Sindarov, I don't remember who he lost to, but he went incredibly far. Vladimir Ivic, below 2,600, he defeated a bunch of very, very strong GMs. It looks like Sindarov lost to Piorun. That was a very, very close match. And what a match it was. We had so many interesting games and so many interesting matchups. I'm honestly speechless, exhausted, speechless. We had the Salinas Herrera brilliancy, which also has made the rounds. And we're going to go on a quick break. We await news of whether we can get Jan-Krzysztof in the studio. And as we do that, I'm going to go on a very short break. Don't go anywhere. World Cup recap will continue when we come back in just a couple. All right, we're back at the FIDE World Cup, and we will have Jan-Krzysztof Duda for you for an interview at some point. And in the meantime, we're just chatting, recapping the events of the past 3 weeks. I mean, there are way too many games to analyze. And you know, honestly, somebody could just take the World Cup and gain 300 points just by reviewing some key games from that tournament. And flipping over, you know, some of these matchups and using the Chess.com events page, I'm reminded of so many interesting moments and so many amazing runs from this tournament. And let's not forget, for example, Mikhail Krasenkov, who in his late 50s defeated Kirill Alexeyenko. He knocked out a very strong GM in round 1, and then he came within a hair's breadth of defeating Pragnananda, the young Indian talent. And he did it by winning on demand in game 2 in an absolutely crazy game. This game kind of flew under the radar. I don't think that I commentated this particular round. So maybe this game was covered, but they got this absolutely crazy position in a slot, or in a Queen's Gambit accepted. And basically white is up in exchange, but black has this insanely just this phalanx of pieces, and somehow Krasenkov castled. You can't take the queen because of 94, knight c3, queen d2, queen b7, and Krasenkov pushed the pawn, maneuvered his queen around, and somehow, with some insane magic tricks, he ultimately liquidated into a winning endgame. And unfortunately, it does seem like JKD, Jan-Krzysztof, he is absolutely exhausted. He has given all of his energy, and it appears that he prefers to go back to his room and rest. And I think that is the most understandable thing in the world. He's already done some interviews, and the man deserves some rest. And I think we all should appreciate that. I apologize for leading anybody on, but I really enjoyed this little segment. I think it's always nice to draw conclusions from such a great tournament. But you know what that means? That means the 2021 FIDE World Cup has officially come to an end. It's been a marathon tournament. There have been so many amazing games, and I just wanted to say how much of a pleasure it has been to commentate most of this tournament with some amazing legendary co-commentators, whether it was Veselin Topolov or Hu Yifan, Vishy, Robert, Ben. I had the best co-commentary team in the world, and it always makes my job easy. Of course, to the amazing and professional production team, and Bigfoot, who was there every step of the way to make sure everything's running seamlessly, and mainly to all of the fans. There were over 20,000 day in and day out coming in from all across the world cheering on your favorite players, and that's what makes events like these truly magical. Twitch, YouTube, across all platforms, we had massive crowds, and I really, really appreciate, and I'm sure the players appreciate it, and my co-commentators appreciate the crowd involvement. That's what gives these tournaments magic. And so the time has come for me to say goodbye one final time. There will be no tiebreaker round tomorrow because the winner of the World Cup has been decided, and so has the third place winner. And so I say goodbye to you for the last time. You have been watching the 2021 FIDE World Cup. Congratulations to Jan-Krzysztof Duda. What an amazing tournament it was. The final round is in the books. Goodbye for now. Thank you again to everybody, and have a great rest of the day.